Welcome back. It is 6 o'clock p.m. We are ready to begin our workshop session. We have a quorum present with council members Clay, Karn, and Allen. And so the first item on the agenda is an AARP State Office Age-Friendly Designation Ceremony presentation. It was a mouthful. Good evening, Ms. Sabetta. How are you?
Good to see you, Mayor. Thank you so much for having us back. This is deja vu, like last year, except for we're missing one person. I'm gonna get my notes real quick. Okay, great. I was gonna ask if the PowerPoint was up. So, good evening. I'm Kay Sabetta with AARP Georgia. It is a privilege and an honor to be with you again, Mayor Bianca Motley Broom and members of the City Council, Councilman Ambrose Clay, Councilman Joe Curran, Councilman Ken Allen. We had a nice chat earlier. And I do remember Councilman Roderick Gay. It's hard to believe, as I said, it's been a year standing right here, making the pledge that you did. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, that's better. It's hard to believe that a year ago I was standing right here making the pledge for you to approve the City of College Park, remember? To join us and to be a member of our AARP Age-Friendly Network. And to be a designated age-friendly community. We have done that. I'm so excited, and brought with me some of our friends and leaders from AARP to celebrate with you. I have been working with Deborah Calloway, the mayor and City Council Executive Assistant, our designated age-friendly liaison, on all things age-friendly. And for example, we talked about this briefly. We are excited to be invited back this year, September 14th, for the 3rd Senior Summit. And I think Officer Dixon just asked me to do some more stuff, which is the National Night Out, right? So, you know, we may be there. And lastly, as part of my congratulatory remarks, I would like to introduce our leader, Deborah Tyler Horton, who is our state director. So she will do the honors of presenting you, Mayor, and the City Council with our framed certificate of enrollment. And I'd also like to acknowledge and recognize Hillary Johnson, our outreach and volunteer engagement manager at AARP. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kay. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I want to thank you for inviting AARP Georgia to celebrate with the city of College Park on this significant milestone, for becoming our 117th age-friendly community. I think you deserve to give yourselves a hand on that. You are also 782nd member of our nationwide AARP network of age-friendly states and communities, and the World Health Organization's global network of age-friendly cities and communities. I would like to take this opportunity to publicly thank you, Mayor Bianca Motley Broom. I'm like Deborah Tyler Horton. Get the whole name in there. And the City Council leadership. Kay Sabata, who you all know and met, is our Associate State Director for Community Outreach at AARP Georgia. Tells me this new age-friendly designation would not have happened without your time, your leadership, and commitment to partnering with us at AARP Georgia. And just a little sidebar on this, we met in Washington, D.C. last year, and she told me, I am going to become an age-friendly city, and congratulations, it has been done. I would also like to thank Deborah Calloway, the Mayor and City Council's Executive Assistant, for her hard work and efforts. We appreciate Ms. Calloway's appointment to become our designated age-friendly liaison for the City of College Park. We look forward to working with you as well, Deborah. Our AARP network of age-friendly states and communities provides a structured process that guides change and serves as a catalyst to educate, promote, and recognize improvements that benefit residents of all ages and life stages. Your city's enrollment into our age-friendly network will provide College Park with a wealth of AARP resources and technical support by tapping into our national and global research, policies, planning models, and best practices, and that's just to name a few. So at this time, I would like for Kay Sabata and Hillary Johnson, Mayor, if you would join me, along with City Council members here, we will present you with your plaque. After I read it, I would love for us to take a group photo, if that's okay. Would you want me to come there?
We'll have a
Stay
microphone.
by mic.
Oh,
We can come on this side too.
oh, okay.
Usually we kind of hang around.
Okay, you do that. I'll read from here, and then I'll join you for a photo. How does that sound?
Sounds like a plan.
Okay. This is to certify that the City of College Park, Georgia, has committed to becoming more age-friendly under the criteria established by AARP and has been accepted as a member of the AARP network of age-friendly states and communities. This certification is valid until June 14, 2025, and it is signed by Nancy A. Lamont, Chief Advocacy and Engagement Officer, Community, State, and National Affairs, AARP, Washington, D.C.
Yeah, I didn't think it was a presentation on this. It just looked like the plaque. But you all are the Georgia branch of the AARP, I'm assuming.
We are Georgia statewide.
The Georgia state, the Georgia.
We cover the state of Georgia.
Okay. Well, residents that I have, a lot of them, they get the AARP offers when they turn, 50, 51, whatever it is. We got a very transient population in our community. We have a lot of multifamily, so I was just wanted to get a direct contact where we could, keep you guys getting memberships as we go along. And the last thing I say, in terms of the state, there's one reason why College Park, I think, stands out as a hospitality city to visit.
Thank you.
In particular, for seniors. And the reason being is you all are probably aware we have the second largest convention center in the state. With zero entryways, exactly. So you already knew. So, hey, if you can use that to promote us, hey, go right ahead. So we appreciate it.
Any other comments, Councilman Clay? Councilman
I'm
Allen?
just happy that they're here and that we've achieved that.
Well, I just want to respond by saying, I know the mayor knows how to reach us, and we have a state office that's located on 10th and Peachtree Street. We're on the 11th floor. A lot of people do not realize we actually have a state office here in Georgia, and we do cover the state of Georgia. We have 11 staff and over 400 volunteers that work with us.
Okay.
So we look forward to the continued work, and thank you again for having us here this evening.
Thank you so much. I think Councilman Gay had did you have a question?
No, I didn't have a question.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
The second item on the workshop agenda is a discussion with, regarding Trees Atlanta and the trees in front of City Hall. Good evening, Ms. Hall Garrison. How are you?
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Evening.
Hello, so I am coming before you this evening to request consideration to allow community development, economic development to hold a community planning discussion regarding planting trees around the City Hall area. Clerk Ames, if you could please show. Thank you. So in April of 2023, the historic oak trees in front of College Park were removed due to death and fungus. There was an outpour from the community regarding interest around the trees, and at that point, I began working under City Manager Hawthorne to assist collaborating with Trees Atlanta for the replacement. So Trees Atlanta does offer or is offering a 1-for-1 match for dollars and or trees purchased through their Neighborhood Works program. They would also help us to facilitate a community planning session, as well as to plan for a community planning to take place between August and October. So last Monday, I did meet with Trees Atlanta to show or to view the sites that are available. 2 of the sites would be one at the front on Main Street of City Hall, and then another secondary planning opportunity being in the rear near the parking. There are also opportunities within the public safety parking lot to replace the dead trees. Trees Atlanta's would remove those dead trees and then replace those trees within the island area, and then some discussion regarding planting additional trees at public safety. There is a 5th location located next to recreation between the pool and the historic building that does need to be discussed with recreation. I have already spoken with Director Aderin, is that correct? Arendurin, thank you. Director Arendurin, as well as the building and ground supervisors, so that they can be a part of the process. And we would just next need to discuss with the community what type of trees they would like to see on the property.
All right. Questions for Ms. Hall Garrison, starting with Councilman Clay.
So this is a 1-for-1 match, and I think we have the dollar value here.
We will have a solidified dollar value once the trees are selected, because that does help to determine the cost. But there are a variety of trees from Georgia natives. We also have dogwoods, pawpaws, pecans, and I'm sorry, there was another that was listed in the discussion with Trees Atlanta.
We've had some great partnerships with Tree Atlanta in the past, so I'm all for it.
Thank you.
Councilman Carn?
Yeah, I think Trees Atlanta is great. No estimated costs for what we're looking at. So how many trees are you talking about front and back, potentially?
So the number of trees, once again, will be determined by the selection made through the residents, so I don't have an exact number. I would like to work with City Manager Hawthorne as far as regarding the pricing once the trees are selected by the community.
Okay. Also, keep in mind, outreach to our community is pretty severely limited, and it's limited almost exclusively to homeowners, and particularly homeowners in Ward 1 and 3 North. I want to make sure if we're having a community input that it includes the entire community, not just 25% of the community. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. I'll be working with communications as far as to get the word out.
All right.
Councilman Allen?
No, I think Trees Atlanta are great people to work with. I know you and I, along with some high school students, I don't know how many trees we planted that day, but it was like 50 trees.
Yes, sir.
They planted out by the Tracy Wyatt Center on Godby Road. So people in the apartments could go and sit and walk the trail and while their kids are playing in the playground. So great program. Trees Atlanta does a lot for the city of Atlanta and the south side. So I'm all for it.
Councilman Gay?
Ms. Garrison, I don't have a problem with the proposal, but I do have a couple comments. I'm actually not convinced that we should have ever taken one or both of those trees down. I personally would like to see whatever arborist report was provided that justified taking those 250-year trees down. The second thing is, with regard to this proposal, I would recommend that you at least, I know Trees Atlanta's amazing partner, but I still would recommend that you consult with a landscape architect, because some of the locations where you got them, depending on the tree canopy, there's a lot of other things to consider other than the fact that they're a good partnership. You gotta look at what that'll look like, 10, 20, 30 years from now. And also, you did a great job getting trees planted in our parks, but some of those trees have been uprooted, and we need to coordinate with building and grounds to go over there and assess them, because several of those trees are uprooted. Those are expensive trees that just be laying over like that.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Hall Garrison. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next, we'll move on to discussion of the consent agenda. Item 3A and 3B, they are both regarding the FAA building, so unless there is an objection otherwise, we can talk about both of those at the same time. Mr. Wilkerson is here to take questions. And item 3A is a motion to approve Batchelor & Kimball as a vendor to replace two Libert units at the FAA computer room at a cost of $317,985. And 3B is a motion to approve Batchelor & Kimball as a vendor to replace the HVAC unit in the mailroom at the FAA Southern Regional Office at a cost of $43,241. So we will start with questions for Mr. Wilkerson with Councilman Clay.
Oh, hello again.
Hello.
The items that we have, I think they're in the budget, is that correct?
Yes, they are in the budget.
Yeah, and it seems pretty obvious that they're
Right.
due to be replaced.
Yes.
So I really don't have any other questions.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Councilman Carn.
All right, good to see you, Ron,
Good
as
to see you.
always.
Good to
Looking
see you.
good.
Thank you, buddy.
In regards to the HVAC one, how we're looking on that occupancy? What's it gonna be?
It's getting
this year?
better. It's getting better. Monday and Friday's not that great, but we're probably getting in the 80s and 90 range the rest of the week, so that's pretty good.
90%?
Yeah, we're getting there, yeah.
In terms of 90% building full, 90% or?
During those periods, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, I'd say so. 80, 90%, something like that.
Well,
It's
that's-
great to have a building that's full. It's a beautiful building. I don't know why they're not using it as much as they should, but that's what it is. I wish they would kick in Monday and Friday a little bit more, but that's their business.
That's good, because, this time last year when you came, you said you were under 40%.
Yeah, exactly. Well, they're really trying. They're really getting it. They're trying to work it out where people come to work, which is a good thing.
All right, good news.
Councilman Allen?
First of all, welcome back for your visit. Appreciate seeing you and your smile. And you were mentioning you've been over there for how many years?
31 years. Can you
31
imagine that?
years.
Yeah,
Wow.
31 years.
It's great. It's great having you there. The only question I have is the lead time, and you talked about that a little bit
Yeah.
earlier between you and I.
Yeah. What we did about 8 years ago, we buy parts for a lot of this equipment, and anticipation that someday that stuff's going to fail. We've got enough, but just about every major purchase that you buy today, there's a delay, and this is about a year delay. So we have enough parts, I hope. I'm like this. But it's been going for 30 years, and I'm real proud of that. The equipment, that's just good maintenance, good preventative maintenance that kept it going. So no, I think we're going to be okay. We'll be all right. Because what those units do, they transfer. You know, they run a little while, then the next one transfers, and they got to keep going all the time. So, but I think we'll be fine.
Well, it's good you're getting a little bit of a head start because,
Yes.
like you say, it takes 6 weeks or sometimes a year to get parts.
Yeah,
So-
absolutely, absolutely.
But no, I think well needed, so
Yeah.
no other questions?
Councilman Gay?
Sir, I just have a couple of quick questions.
Yes, sir.
I'm not, I don't know the history of this property, but I just want to learn something.
Yes.
So you are the property manager for Collier,
Yes,
and Collier has been the property manager for this facility before we purchased it?
yes,
Okay.
Yeah.
And so when we purchased the building, Collier stayed on?
yes.
And-
We've been there from the beginning. I was in the
Sure.
construction trailer.
Right.
Yes.
Do we bid out Collier, or they just go with the, is
Yeah,
that
they
something that
bid
we
it-
control?
They bid it out.
Do we bid out Collier?
Uh-huh, sure.
We do?
Uh-huh.
And-
You have, you absolutely have.
Well, I have another question.
Go ahead.
Apparently, we bought the building because we thought it's something the city should have an asset, right?
Uh-huh.
And I'm not aware of this, and it's probably because I haven't been reading like I should. but
Forgive me, I can't hear you very good.
What is the, are we making money on this building? I mean, I've seen this gentleman here since I've been on council 8 years, and he comes here, and he's getting these really high items. Is there, and I'm just saying this out of ignorance, it's always just, hey, how you doing? Good to see you again. But it's hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. My question is, I'm trying to replace a unit at a property. The people have been over there for 6 months because we don't have the money. My question is, can we get a report on this property, where we are with this property? Is it feasible? Are we losing money? Do we need to sub it out? Do we need to sell it?
We give a report every month.
I was talking to the city
Oh,
manager.
I'm sorry.
That's right.
I'm sorry, I thought you were addressing me.
Yes, Councilman, we're happy to get you that report. I'm not as familiar with the frequency of that report being provided to the council, but you know my philosophy is transparency. We've been having some recent discussions, I mean, obviously in owning the FAA building, the federal government has a role through General Services Administration. So my understanding is that the current contract is coming up for renewal, I think later this year.
Yes.
And there are some major expenditures such as carpet replacement that General Services Administration is asking some questions about, and I believe that's a multi-million-dollar expenditure. But we do get a revenue source. The federal government, as I understand it, in effect leases the space, but I'm not prepared today, and I'm not sure that we've got a representative from finance who can give you what that bottom line is. But I know we've got some concerns on the revenues versus expenditures, particularly moving ahead.
And
Wait, hold on 1 second. It's still Councilman Gay still has the floor.
Well, I mean, that's pretty much, and then one final question. When we approve these repairs, do we bid these repairs out?
Yes. Sorry.
I mean, because in our bid, in our proposal, it doesn't ever show
Well,
that we look to see who else can bid on these items.
what we do is because of the security restrictions and requirements, we do it once a year. And we've got, Baxter and Kimball's been with us for several years. And they're very, very good. And they've done chillers, they've done it all for us. But we do it. But a lot of times, a lot of the contractors, for your information, they don't want to participate because of the requirements. It takes a lot to get in there. It truly does.
Right.
And they just don't want to go through it.
And I'm saying, when you bring us costs, can you show us where you put it out for bid?
What we do, now I'm glad you're bringing it up because it's a good thing to talk about. What we do is that we own a company called LCK. It's a big company. They do about $2.5 billion worth a year in business. They allow me, because I'm an employee of that company, they allow me to talk to their people. And what I do is I send every contract, everything to them. They evaluate it, let me know what it is, how it competes, and that's what we do. Because of the problem of getting people to come in and bid it. They just don't want to bid it.
Oh, I understand. My final comment, maybe Willis Mooley, our procurement officer, might want to start being involved in these conversations before they bring them to us to approve.
And my last point, if I don't mind, you asked the question, let me just give you the answer. You ask about why the cost. This is 333,000 square feet. It's a huge development. And they do have a lot of equipment. It's a heavy equipment. This equipment is like, I think we've done a fabulous job. This stuff is, what we're talking about today is 30 years old, and we're replacing it. That really speaks great of the maintenance. But it has a lot of equipment because there's a lot of things going on in that building, and so it takes it. And in fact, what I do is I spread it out over a 5 to 7 year period, so we're a little bit easier on the owners. So anyway.
Any other questions, Councilman Gay?
No.
All right, Councilman Clay, anything?
I'm still good at this point.
All right, Councilman Carn?
Right, I had a couple other questions since it's so rare to get you up here.
That's okay, man.
So we had an event over the weekend, and some of our regional elected officials were here, state and county, and I was driving around the city with one of them, and we went by the FAA building. I said, we own that building.
Yeah.
I said, that's the southeastern, regional headquarters for the FAA. And they said, well, they didn't realize that we owned the building. And subsequently, the next question was, they wanted to know if we could arrange a tour of the building. And it occurred to me, I'd only been in the building, I think I had a meeting in there with Perlis or somebody at some point, but I've never seen the actual building. Is it possible maybe we could arrange a tour for we've got 1, 2, 3 new state officials, and like I said, one of them asked about a tour, and I thought to myself, shoot, some of us have never seen the building. Could we maybe arrange one day where
That
we're
can
in
be arranged,
city
but
manager
you-
maybe or
You
something?
just can't have a lot of people.
All right.
But-
Well, just be the few
Yeah,
elected
I mean,
officials.
if you call and let me know, we have to set it up. There's a lot that goes into doing it. But yes, absolutely. The answer is yes, we can do it.
Well, it's just a thought. City manager, I don't know, maybe sometime in August, September or something, maybe we get a date and see if anybody wants to come, our local delegation. I thought it might be good.
I'd be glad to escort. I'd be glad to do it. It's
All
not
right.
a big deal. But I just got to know it in order to get the wheels in motion.
All right.
Councilman Allen, any follow-up?
No further questions.
Councilman Gay?
No other question.
It is a beautiful building, and I'm glad that
Thank you.
and you and the entire team, it was fascinating when Councilman Allen and I were there a while back, and it's a gorgeous building and
Thank you.
a great asset in our community. So thank you, Mr. Wilkerson. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Are you going to
Do we
pass
need to
the?
vote on that?
No, it doesn't.
No, I don't-
It'll
no, I
it'll
don't.
come in the regular session.
Sorry.
Thank you. You too. Item 3C is discussion on a motion to approve renewal of the contract with the Ferguson Group for federal lobbying expenses at an annualized cost of $82,000. And Ms. Emo is here to answer any questions. Good evening.
Good evening. It's great to see everybody. It's great to be here in person. Thank you, Mayor. Great to see you, Councilman Clay, Carn, Allen, and Gay. It's great to see you all, and I look forward to getting to know the city manager and some of the new staff and new faces around the city. Actually, Charmaine Anderson sends her greetings to everybody. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to be here tonight. Her husband had knee surgery earlier this week, they are now empty nesters, and so she is the one taking care of him. So, but we actually have a trip scheduled for next week. We will be here all day next Tuesday, meeting with department heads to talk about city priorities for the upcoming year. We're going to do that in March, and the Senate appropriations deadlines were released, and they were literally on the day that we were to arrive, and that wasn't gonna work out for us. So we needed to get your appropriations requests submitted. So we put it off to this summer. But I'm thrilled to continue our work together. Very thrilled that the process of earmarking has returned. I swear, per capita, I think that your community has secured more money than any of our other clients, and that's a testament to a great congressional delegation, great staff, great projects. So we've been really happy to kind of shepherd that process along. So I think everybody received the federal advocacy update that had all the numbers in it for what we've done in the last couple of years. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. I will say one thing is, with the presidential election upcoming, and just the partisanship or kind of lack thereof right now in Congress, there are going to be some bills that are going to pass, right? And we're going to get appropriations bills, and you have projects pending, funding for projects pending. So, and congratulations to you on that. We're going to get an FAA reauthorization bill. Hopefully, with Congressman Scott's leadership, we're going to get a Farm Bill reauthorization. But really, other sort of smaller legislative items, I don't know that we're going to get a whole lot of other major legislative priorities sort of on the table. There's a whole package for police reform, and there's just not. There were a lot of bills that were introduced during Police Week in May, and unfortunately there's just not an appetite right now to pass any sort of police reform legislation. However, earlier this month, the Biden administration released over 2,000 proposed rules and regs that they're going to be working on between now and the end of 2024. And we actually went through it was, I think, 2,100 proposed rules and regs, and broke it down to about 150 that may be of interest to local governments. We actually just finalized today a special report that is summarizing what some of those rules and regulations are, whether it's under EPA, Department of Transportation, Department of Energy. Even if there is going to be this lull of legislative effort, there's going to be a significant opportunity to make your voices heard on the regulatory side. Like you're submitting the comments, Councilman Clay, on a proposed regulation within the FAA. But there's, I would invite you all to look at that special report. That again, I believe is being sent out today, but we can also send it directly to you all, because there is the opportunity to really weigh in on the regulatory side, in addition to any legislative action that happens that is of interest to you all. So I just wanted to point that out. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Emo. We'll start with Councilman Clay.
What do you view as the biggest challenges, given the coming election and some of the partisanship that's going on, as far as it impacts us? In other words, you've seen our priorities. I know you're working out new priorities, but our priorities pretty much remain the same from year to year. So where do we encounter headwinds due to the current climate in the congressional legislature?
You know, I'll be honest, without kind of looking at or talking with you about what individual priorities you're, even talking about, when you look at the priorities on your federal agenda, those are community priorities, which are also priorities of members of Congress and senators, right? So a lot of issues that do impact local governments are not being impacted by the partisanship necessarily in Congress. The one that I mentioned, any sort of police reform, that is something that's just not going to come to fruition. But you have an infrastructure bill that's already paid for the next 5 years. You've got the Inflation Reduction Act that's going to provide tax credits for the first time to local governments, even though you don't pay taxes, in the form of a direct payment, if you do certain energy-related projects. So, FAA reauthorization is obviously very important to this community, and that's a must-pass bill. The Farm Bill, the most expensive piece of the Farm Bill is the nutrition title, and I think we're in for a significant fight relative to funding for SNAP and WIC and other food-related programs. But again, the Farm Bill is kind of it's also a must-pass bill. So, and to be honest with you, Councilman, I thought that when they were doing the debt relief negotiations, that we were going to get a one-year continuing resolution, which was going to eliminate the opportunity for us to secure earmarks for individual projects. They didn't do that. I was pleasantly surprised. So I don't see any major hurdles for the sort of the big picture items that impact local communities.
Okay, that's good news. Thank you.
Councilman Carn?
All right. Well, it's good to see you.
It's so good to see you too. Thank you.
I don't remember if I saw you last year or not.
No, sir, I wasn't here.
I didn't think so.
Yeah, no.
So this is the first time I've seen you since I've been back.
That's exactly right.
With the county for a minute.
That's right.
Is Kareem still up there?
He is not. He is in Hennepin County. He is running the legislative shop for Hennepin County in Minnesota.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I'm
But
assuming,
I have to say, I thought about you. I mean, we talked about, I think the last time we were really working together was on funding for the MARTA station.
Yep.
And walking in the station just this afternoon, I was so excited because it looks amazing. So congratulations on
well,
that.
thanks to y'all's help. We had a ceremony a couple of months ago.
Nice.
And I had the same letters that I drafted for Congressman Lewis, because he said, well, you draft it, now sign it.
Yep.
And and I'm assuming Bill's still there with you all, right?
He is not. He retired a number of years ago. He's living outside of Charleston, South Carolina. So,
Okay, all right.
yeah,
Well,
it's been a lot of
changes.
changes.
Okay.
A lot of changes.
All right. And I saw Jackson smiling when you came up here. You know, he's hustled up a lot of these grants and money for us. I had a couple of quick questions.
Yes, sir.
So I know we've dealt with y'all for quite a few years. I pushed for us to have a federal lobbyist, and it was the first time we actually struck out and got one with you all, and I think we've done pretty good with y'all so far. I spoke to Senator Warnock Friday. I was with him Friday at the state capitol, and one of the things they still talk about are if you bundle projects, group projects with the neighboring cities. And I said to myself, I wanted to ask a question. I said, well, how many group projects have we decided to bundle together? Now, are you all still clients of East Point?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess the question goes to in terms of, and I heard the same thing from from Congresswoman Williams. And I said, well, how much are we actually doing that? Because a lot of times we're competing for some of the same money as opposed to sitting down and powwowing with the neighboring cities, because he says and she says that's almost a surefire way to up your odds in terms of getting funds and money. So I don't know, out of the stuff that you've gotten for us, how many I want to see if we can do more group collabos and group asks, which might up our chances for, maybe a bigger piece of money with a regional project.
Sure. I'm happy to answer, and you can
Yeah,
say whatever.
well, so that's what we did. We went to the airport because of this freeze that we had. We went to the airport, again, I say that, and we bundled it. So that's how we got this water tank, and it's on both the senators and congressmen's list, because we did a regional between the airport and College Park in order to help with the infrastructure. So
Good,
yes, we are bundling when it has time, when we get the opportunity.
Well, the more of them we can do, I think the better off we'll be.
Right, and to be honest, I mean, that helps your, thanks, Jackson, that helps your delegation too, right? It's more bang for their buck. The House members only get 15 requests for, each. And so when you have communities that are, neighboring communities that are competing for the same money, which oftentimes that does happen, it makes it difficult. We actually did try for the Finding the Flint project we had folks from, there was a sort of a regional consortium, and they were meeting, and Tasha was met for College Park, and then there was somebody else from East Point, and essentially they didn't have time to put together that project in the quick turnaround of when the appropriations process came out and when the projects were due. But, one of the things that I will talk about, and I'm actually just, full disclosure, I will be here next Tuesday. I'm in East Point on Monday. We have talked a lot about finding regional projects that we can work on together. We just have to figure out the right one.
The thought had occurred to me. I said to myself, I knew you all were coming back for the 25th, and I don't know how that was going to be arranged, but at some point I thought it might be a good idea to have just a brainstorming group meeting with East Point, College Park. You don't have anybody else around here nearby, do you?
I do not, no.
Well, even Hateville, even though they're not with you all, the ask.
That's right.
If you can get a 3-city ask for something along those lines, because we give you a list. We go after what we can go after. We try to get the low-hanging fruit, but I've never, since we've had you, sit down with your group and have a brainstorming session about what else we can get and what else is available that maybe we haven't thought of, that you have thought of with some other outfits in another state somewhere that we can look at getting, because we don't know what the scope of what we can ask for. I mean, we got our blinders on in a sense. I mean, we know what we're looking for around here, but there may be other things that we could easily get that we just haven't put on our list because it hasn't occurred to us, but it may occur to you.
Yeah.
And with our new city manager, he may see some things that we can get that he's gotten in some of his other cities. Last thing I'll say, we've got several new department heads. And the reason that's important, because that's a new wealth of knowledge base, whereas some of these folks have gotten projects from DeKalb County or from California and where they come from, and they say, well, hey, we could get this, and they know all about it. So I just thought it'd be a good idea to just sit down and get an assessment, because we give you the list every year, we go get what we can get, but we never sit down and have a planning session until we're actually up there in DC. So it's just something to think about.
Yeah, no, I think that's great. And you talk about, coming up to DC, we've had separate meetings, times outside of like National League of Cities or whatever, where you all have come up and talked about your priorities, and those are always welcomed. So just, know that we're always happy to put together, a day of meetings for you all. It is hard during NLC because it's like a revolving door within those offices. I mean, I think, as you know, Mayor, the Senate offices just kind of do a meet and greet, and everybody kind of comes in. They didn't do any individual meetings, so it's just hard.
Well, I wouldn't want to do anything doing NLC or doing any other times. What I'm asking for is you all come down here.
Sure.
And have a sit down where we can talk about what else is out there, just in general, the stuff we don't know about.
Sure.
You know, does that make sense?
Absolutely. I
Okay.
mean, absolutely.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'd love to do that.
I was writing notes, just, you know, there's a U.S. Forest Service tree canopy program, you know, that I'm going to talk to Tasha about. I mean, that's why it's great to have just this open dialogue.
I saw something on funding for mountain bike trails. Because there are very few mountain bike trails, and there are big clubs for that. And it occurred to me, we've got a lot of property, like even in parts of 6 West, that it's not buildable. The topo doesn't work. But there's some other things we could maybe do with it, like a mountain bike trail, and we could have one of the best ones, and there's a bunch of money for that. But these are types of things that we never really, I mean, I would never think of College Park as a mountain bike trail city, but you never know.
That's right.
So, yeah.
Good.
All right.
Thank you.
Councilman Allen?
Not really. I think you all have asked some things. A couple of questions, you know, that you're asking for the same amount you've asked for the last several years. You know, I don't think it's changed any at all in 4 or 5 years. So appreciate that and keeping that cost down. But is there anything that we can do, you know, to assist you? You know, we're always giving you ideas, but how can we help you push some of these things? If there's a way, please let us know, you know, to go the back door or to get in, talk to somebody. Please,
Thank you.
Please keep us in mind.
I absolutely will. Thank you. And, you know, and I think that the continued encouragement from you all to your department heads, you know, to look at these federal opportunities, and, you know, we also highlight, you know, some state and foundation opportunities when we find them. And, but, you know, everybody's really busy, and we recognize that. So we want to take as much of the load off, but it is something that we have to work in partnership with folks. I mean, that's why I think, you know, I'm on Jackson's speed dial, right? Because, you know, we've worked very hard on the connector bridge, and congratulations, because it's looking amazing. So, you know, it's just, it's important to develop these great lines of communication. So I really look forward to meeting the new folks, and so thank you though for that. I will definitely let you all know when there's something, you know, we need a little extra push from your side, whether it's with your staff or with your congressional delegation, you know, and your contacts there. So thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Gay?
Well, good to see you again. I got a few comments. First off, Jackson don't vote tonight. We get to vote, okay? You say you got them on speed dial. And I said that to set up this comment. You know, when I first met with you all, you know, we had an opportunity to talk about what we thought we wanted to see from our federal partners. And I think we had a conversation about, for me at least, a community center that would serve approximately 45,000 marginalized people in my community, or our community. And I'm here to say tonight on the record that has not been funded yet. That's fine, but I also want to say that you just made a comment that infrastructure bill has been paid for. And you said that in the context that there are so many other federal dollars that kind of can cover municipal infrastructure projects. When I was looking at Nikema Williams' appropriations for local governments, and I noticed she gave consideration, I don't know if these were funded, Morehouse School of Medicine, youth build initiatives. There were just so many other initiatives other than infrastructure. And since I've been on this council, the only appropriations of dollars I see is for brick and mortar. And, you know, I'm trained, and my value is that it takes more than brick and mortar to build a community. So what I would like to see going forward, because for the record, we pay approximately $647,000 to this firm since I've been up here. That's a lot of money. And having said that, you know, when we sit down and talk to you, it's still in my office, on my wall, is that huge picture of a community center that still hasn't happened, you know, at least in my lifetime. So as you talk to us, please understand that we each are represented by different communities, and we each are passionate about what we want to see. So I want you to take that away when you leave tonight about your meeting here today.
Yes, sir. Understood.
Councilman Clay, anything?
No, I'm good.
Councilman Carn?
No.
Councilman Allen?
No.
Anything else, Councilman Gay?
No.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Emo. Appreciate
Thank
your
you.
time.
Thank you very
It's
much.
nice to see
Thank you
you
for
all.
being here.
Thank you.
The last item to discuss on the consent agenda is purchase of a 2022 325G compact track loader from Dobbs Equipment under state contract to replace unit number 235 in the amount of $54,400. Good evening, Dr. Aderidan.
How you doing, Council?
Good evening.
Doing well. Thank you. Questions? Councilman Clay?
I got my question answered, so I'm good.
Thank you, sir.
Councilman Carn?
There's just one question. Do you need it?
Yes, sir.
All right, that answers
We
my
don't want to
question.
get in
All right.
trouble with Department of Environmental
All right.
Quality. No.
Okay.
The unit we have now leaking hydraulic fluid in pump.
Maybe closer to the microphone.
The unit we have now needs to be replaced. Otherwise, the city will, get in trouble. If we operating it somewhere and so it needs to be replaced.
Councilman Allen?
You know, the unit we have now is a wheel unit. This is going
Yes,
to be
sir.
a track
Yes,
unit.
Yes, sir.
Is the track that much better or more efficient, or can you give me a little information on that?
Okay, you are ex-military man. Look at a tank on 4 wheels as compared to a truck. It can go anywhere and do what it needs to do. Whereas the wheels, even though it's 4-wheel drive, but gets stuck. So this is a whole lot better than what we have right now, sir.
Because I see the ones with wheels going up and down the street from time to time, and, the track, I didn't know if that would be just as efficient going up and down the street.
And this one too, we can drive it down the street or put it on the trailer, depending on how far, we're going, sir.
No, that's all I have.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Gay?
So Doc, this a bulldozer?
It's a what?
A bulldozer?
No, it's it's a truck like what you call it's a smaller equipment.
Oh, Bobcat.
Bobcat, yes sir. Bobcat, yes sir.
We don't have a Bobcat?
The one we have now is 1 foot in the grave and one
God.
on banana peel.
I did want to take this opportunity to say what we do need. Do you know when we in-house are doing digging and we're going in the ground?
Yes sir.
I haven't seen the OSHA required metal walls that keep our staff safe. And I know if OSHA were to come, we would get some serious fine, because I've seen us down in the ground.
Yes, sir.
To where we should have those, I don't know what you call them. the metal
They
plates.
are earth retainers. We haven't done any work in-house that requires that. The work that's done that requires that are done by outside contractors. And yes,
I don't see them using it.
okay, we have a drainage work getting ready to, it's part of the agenda tonight, and if they dig that deep, yeah, it's a requirement, it's an OSHA requirement. They have to have in there to protect the individual that's in the hole, sir. Yes, sir.
I was asking, maybe you should come back with purchasing a couple of them for
Okay.
your staff.
Let me check my inventory with the water and sewer. I'm pretty sure we have some there, but next council meeting, I'll have the answer for you, sir. Yes, sir.
Mr. Hawthorne, did you have something to add?
Mayor, as I was reading the agenda item, as Dr. Ditteran was talking, I noted we have just a slight error, and I didn't want anybody to be confused. On the motion itself, we do have the cost of $54,400. However, under recommendation, we had a $100 difference, 54,500. But I do believe the motion reads correctly, 54,400, and we'll just need to correct the record on recommendation to match that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Hawthorne.
you, sir.
There's a $100 difference. The motion itself is 54,400, but under recommendation, it notes 54,500, and that second 5 is a typographical error. All right. Any other questions, Councilman Clay?
No, I'm good.
Councilman Carn?
I had one other one. Adderant. I'm trying to get that. I gotta learn it. I'm learning it. I'm learning it. What kind of warranty is on this thing? I didn't see any. I saw the state contract itself, but the vehicle itself.
Typically, it's 5 years.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I always wonder about that. If there's, what the cost of an extended one is, if it's a nominal thing, or if it's worth getting to get a 10-year.
Okay.
I don't know what it would cost, but
I can talk to Doug's equipment, and I have answer for your
and that other piece of equipment, the leaf sucker. I'm assuming we were still waiting on that to come in.
No,
or
this
did
will
it
be
come?
what we have now will be traded in for. They have this 2022 equipment in house.
Right. Well, I understand the old Bobcat is being traded in for this one.
Yeah.
It's in the cost. I get that, but well, I'll ask you about. At some point, I just wanted to know if that piece of equipment had come in yet, because it was on a wait for that one.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, sir.
But if you could find out about if there's a warranty option to
Okay.
what it would cost to.
Sure.
Councilman Allen, anything else?
Nothing else.
Councilman Gay, anything further?
No questions.
All right. Thank you, Dr.
Thank
Darrigan.
you.
Appreciate your time. All right, so we will resume at 7:30 with the regular session.
guess we've got our petition going now. Now you can see the screen. Good to see you again.
Good evening. Welcome to the regularly scheduled meeting of the Mayor and City Council of the City of College Park. I'm Mayor Bianca Motley Broom. We have a full quorum present with council members Clay, Karn, Allen, and Gay. So I will call the meeting to order at this time at 7:30 p.m. The first item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Our invocation is being handled by Chaplain McKenzie this evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and all that are present this evening. Let us pray. Eternal, everlasting God, we come before you this evening in a spirit of gratefulness, in a spirit of determination, and a spirit of expectation. We are grateful for your kindness and your tender mercies that you bestow on us as a city and as members of this community which we call College Park. We're determined to please you and to exemplify your virtues of truth, honesty, integrity, and transparency as we conduct this meeting and the affairs of our daily living. We are expectant because we trust you and we believe that you love us and that you are leading and guiding us in wisdom and in favor, and that you are working all things together for good for those of us that love you and are the called according to your will and your purpose. We ask for your divine intervention in our affairs and over the decisions of those who have offered themselves to work on your behalf to serve the citizens of our city. We come against the spirit of deceit and lies and all wickedness in high places that seek to defame and to discredit your righteous as they walk in your righteousness. We bind the very hand of evil workers and destructive acts that blind the minds of those who are innocent. We pray for your light to shine and to illuminate blinded eyes, even in this hour and during this season. We pray for those things which have been done in the dark to manifest in the light. We pray for equity and the prosperity of our citizens, our staff, and our employees. We pray that we may adequately represent you and your kingdom on this earth and in this municipality. Now, God, let the words of our elected officials' mouths and the meditation of their hearts be acceptable in your sight, for you are our God, our Lord, and our Redeemer. May we leave from this place knowing that you have gotten the glory and that your mercy as well as your justice has been and will continue to be served in this place. We bless you and we magnify your holy name, and it is in your name we pray. Amen, amen, and amen.
Next item on the agenda is additions, deletions, amendments, and changes. Mr. Hawthorne?
Mayor, no changes.
Any changes from the body? Councilman Clay?
Pardon?
Any changes?
No, I have nothing to change on the agenda.
Councilman Karn?
No additions today.
Councilman Allen?
No, ma'am.
Councilman Gay?
No.
All right. Next item is the approval of the minutes.
Yes, Mayor, there was an addenda to the minutes that we got just today.
Yes, sir.
I had a bunch of comments, and they didn't get into the copy that came with the packet, but I got them today. I checked them, and with a couple that they couldn't get the right answer to, we're good. So I'm a happy camper at this point. I can move to approve the regular session minutes.
All right, thank you, sir. And those are the regular session minutes from, that would be the meeting that was held on June 19th, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, is there a second?
Second, I didn't get a chance, I saw the email, but I didn't get a chance to look, but we're going with what we got.
All right, so that is a second. Any further discussion, Councilman Clay?
Nope, that's it.
Councilman Carn? Councilman Allen?
No.
Councilman Gay?
No.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, gentlemen, that is unanimous. We'll move on to the workshop session minutes.
Same is true for the workshop minutes. I move to approve.
Thank you, Councilman Clay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Councilman Allen. Any discussion, Councilman Clay?
Nope.
Councilman Carn?
No.
Councilman Allen?
None.
Councilman Gay?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, gentlemen. Next, we are on to proclamations, resolutions, plaques, and announcements. So they are not individually listed on mine, but we have a resolution for Parks and Recreation Month, for the College Park Tumbleweeds, for Muslim American Heritage Month, for National Night Out, proclamation for Stephen Alexander, our All-Star of the Month, and the introduction of new employees. We've got a lot to cover in the proclamations, resolutions, plaques, and announcements. So let's get to it. Let's start with Parks and Recreation Month. All right. I am so glad that everyone is here because I'm hoping that our collective body heat makes it a little bit better in this room. I apologize. It is very, very cold in here today, but we will all get through it together. All right. Whereas Parks and Recreation is an integral part of communities throughout this country, including the city of College Park. And whereas Parks and Recreation promotes health and wellness, improving the physical and mental health of people who live near parks. And whereas Parks and Recreation promotes time spent in nature, which positively impacts mental health by increasing cognitive performance and well-being, and alleviating illnesses such as depression, attention deficit disorders, and Alzheimer's. And whereas Parks and Recreation encourages physical activities by providing space for popular sports, hiking trails, swimming pools, and many other activities designed to promote active lifestyles. And whereas Parks and Recreation is a leading provider of healthy meals, nutrition services, and education, and whereas Parks and Recreation programming and education activities such as out-of-school time programming, youth sports, and environmental education are critical to childhood development, and whereas Parks and Recreation increases a community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of the local tax base, increased tourism, the attraction and retention of businesses, and crime reduction. And whereas Parks and Recreation is fundamental to the environmental well-being of our community, and whereas Parks and Recreation is essential and adaptable infrastructure that makes our communities resilient in the face of natural disasters and climate change, and whereas our parks and natural recreation areas ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors, and whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, and whereas the City of College Park recognizes the benefits derived from parks and recreation resources. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Mayor and City Council of the City of College Park, Georgia, that we do hereby recognize July as Parks and Recreation Month. Proclaim the 17th day of July, 2023. We have the best Parks and Recreation staff in the business. They are here almost 24/7 doing their thing. Would love to have you come down and accept this proclamation. May 2023, servicing over 53 youth. And whereas the College Park Tumbleweeds had 32 athletes qualify for the USA Gymnastics Georgia State Championships. And whereas the College Park Tumbleweeds Amateur Athletic Union Level 3 team competed in the Experience Division at the state championship and placed first, April 22nd, 2023 in Carrollton, Georgia. Awardees to include team members Bailey Fry-Jones, Layla Abdul-Rahman, Mika Mitchell, Isabella Brown, Phoenix Glenn, Avery France, Madison Jones, Makash Shabazz, Tyra Tabor, and Jalea Wright. And whereas the College Park Tumbleweeds had 5 individual state champions. Awardees include Ms. Abdul-Rahman on balance beam, Ms. Jones on floor exercise, Ms. Sally on vault, Ms. Maldonado on balance beam and all around, and Ms. McLemore on vault, bars, floor, and all around. And whereas the College Park Tumbleweeds Excel Gold Gymnasts Winter Foster, Marissa Houston, Eric McLemore, and Excel Platinum Gymnasts Reagan Bowen, Mia Calix, and Sienna Maldonado were USA Gymnastics Region 8 qualifiers and competed against 8 states on May 5th, 2023 at Broward Convention Center in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. And whereas Excel Platinum Gymnast Sienna Maldonado placed first on vault and floor at the USA Gymnastics Regional Championships, and whereas 2 gymnasts earned a spot on the top 100 gymnasts in the country. Sienna Maldonado on vault at number 72, and Ms. McLemore on vault at number 75. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Mayor and City Council of the City of College Park, Georgia, that the College Park Tumbleweeds are recognized for their hard work and accomplishments during the 2022-2023 season at the local, state, and regional level of competition. Proclaim this 17th day of July, 2023. Come on down, team. And so typically, there's more than one person that wants to get a picture of this. So, if you are the parent or a relative of a tumbleweed that wants to get a picture, if we could allow Mr. Bond to get the picture first, and then we will go ahead and make sure that you've got time. We will stay in place so you can get your picture as well, and you can come on down and get it. Mr. Curry, I thought I was doing pretty well with the microphone. Can you hear me? Okay, I'll speak a little bit louder. All right. But I'm also getting a little bit of reverb here. So, all right, we've got a proclamation proclaiming the month of July as Muslim American Heritage Month. Whereas the city of College Park takes great pride in the varied religious and cultural traditions of its residents and seeks to afford all people in the city of College Park the opportunity to better understand, recognize, and appreciate the rich histories, cultures, significant contributions, and shared principles of Muslim Americans. And whereas Muslim Americans contribute greatly to charitable organizations that help people from all faiths in the United States and around the world by feeding the hungry, providing recuperation efforts following natural disasters, and providing medical assistance, family services, scholastic supplies, and before and after school programs. And whereas Muslim Americans have contributed to every part of the economy, culture, education, and identity of Georgia and the United States in making advancements in architecture, arts, business, culture, diplomacy, government, law, medicine, the military, national security, religion, and sports. And whereas Muslim Americans have made significant contributions in the development of vaccines and the global fight against polio, malaria, influenza, hepatitis, cancer, and other diseases. And whereas there is a need for public education, awareness, discourse, and policies that are culturally competent when describing, discussing, or addressing the impacts of being Muslim American. And whereas the month of July each year is designated as Muslim American Heritage Month in the city of College Park, Georgia, and whereas officials and departments of state, county, and municipal governments, boards of education, elementary and secondary schools, colleges and universities, businesses, and all citizens are encouraged to participate in appropriate ceremonies, programs, and activities that commemorate and honor the contribution of Muslim Americans throughout each July during Muslim American Heritage Month. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Mayor and City Council of the City of College Park, Georgia, do hereby recognize the month of July 2023 as Muslim American Heritage Month, proclaimed the 17th day of July 2023. And I think we've got a big group here. All right, our next proclamation is for National Night Out. I know. Mr. Curry, I'm getting a little bit of something. I don't want to bend everyone's ear here with the, all right. If it gets too much, tell me. It's getting to be a bit. He's into medium. There you go. Okay, I think it's faded. All right. No, it has not. If I start speaking again. I don't know. Okay. Mr. Curry? Okay. Whereas the 40th Annual National Night Out, a unique crime and drug prevention event sponsored by the, let's give it one more second here. We're going to try to improve the audio issues. Boy, oh boy, we're batting 1,000 here between the frigid temperatures and the fact that these microphones are giving us fits and starts here.
Cold for them.
That's right. It's too cold for the microphones, right? All right, we're going to give it a whirl here. Okay. Whereas the 40th Annual National Night Out, a unique crime drug prevention event sponsored by the National Association of Town Watch, has been scheduled for Tuesday, August 1st, 2023. And whereas National Night Out provides a unique opportunity for the City of College Park to join forces with thousands of other communities across the country in promoting cooperative police community crime prevention efforts. And whereas all residents and businesses play a vital role in assisting the College Park Police Department through joint crime, drug, and violence prevention efforts in the City of College Park and is supportive of National Night Out 2023 locally. And whereas it is essential that all citizens of the City of College Park be aware of the importance of crime prevention programs and the impact that their participation can have on reducing crime, drugs, and violence in the City of College Park. And whereas police community partnerships, neighborhood safety, awareness, and cooperation are important themes of the National Night Out program. Now, therefore, we, the Mayor and City Council of the City of College Park, do hereby call upon all citizens to join with the College Park Police Department and the National Association of Town Watch in supporting the 40th Annual National Night Out on August 1st, 2023. Further, let it be resolved that we, the Mayor and City Council of the City of College Park, do hereby proclaim Tuesday, August 1st, 2023 as National Night Out in the City of College Park. Resolved this 17th day of July, 2023. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Oh, Mr. Curry, you made everything top notch. Appreciate you. All right, we've got a proclamation recognizing Stephen R. Alexander. We recognize Mr. Stephen Alexander, affectionately known as Steve, for his service as chaplain for 6 years with the College Park Police Department. And whereas Steve has always possessed a servant's heart for people, as a youngster born and reared in the city of Sonoya with his parents and siblings, he could often be found assisting and caring for his community. And whereas Steve's a quiet, powerful being who is comfortable getting in the trenches and is the founder and senior pastor of Restoration Christian Fellowship Center in the city of College Park. And whereas Steve's passion for the police department started when his wife became a communication officer in the College Park 911 Dispatch Center for 15 years. He saw the day-to-day stressors and one day hoped to serve in a capacity to build, inspire, and encourage those sworn to protect and serve our great community. And whereas Steve's passion is to serve the least, the less, and the lost. And whereas Mr. Stephen Alexander's dedication to the city of College Park is unparalleled, and we are forever grateful for his willingness to serve. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Mayor and City Council of City of College Park that we recognize Mr. Stephen R. Alexander for his extraordinary performance as chaplain, proclaimed this 17th day of July, 2023.
A couple more comments.
to find out who our All-Star of the Month is. All right, here it comes. Hello, Dr. Baker.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I have the distinct pleasure of introducing or recognizing the All-Star of the Month. This employee has been with the city since September 2022. This employee has consistently proven to be organized, hardworking, and respected amongst coworkers, parents, coaches, and the children in the recreation department. This employee oversees 3 of the most extensive programs in the recreation department. This employee has the unique ability to inspire and influence those that he communicates with on a day-to-day basis. Additionally, this employee always is eager to take on the extra responsibilities and embraces every opportunity for professional development and leadership. The All-Star of the Month for June 2023 is Mr. Kirkland Arnold, Recreation Leader, Recreation and Cultural Arts Department. Oh, I'm sorry, he said it was 2018, not 2022.
Okay. He's proud of those years. Congrats, Kirkland. It's awesome. Yeah, we'll see you.
We're all going to see you on the board.
Smile, Kirky.
His nickname.
I also have the pleasure of recognizing or introducing the employees of the month for the month of June and July of 2023. If you were hired in the month of June and or July, please come forward, state your name, your position, and your department, all new hires.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Martin Balot. I'm a recruit for the College Park Police Department. I started July 3rd.
Hello, my name is Trishelle Collins, and I am the City Hall receptionist. receptionist, part-time receptionist.
Stay up here for the picture.
Hi, my name is Amanda Corbett. I work as a business license liaison.
Hello, my name is Rochelle. I'm a 911 dispatcher.
Hi, my name is Dean Buhari, and it's a pleasure and it's an honor to serve as the next city engineer for the city of College Park.
My name is Joseph Thomas. I'm a police officer with the city of College Park.
You came back home. I know, I was gonna say, welcome back, yep.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so we are now on to remarks of citizens. Ms. Ames, can you let everyone know the parameters?
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. Citizens can leave public comment one of two ways. You can submit an email to pcomment@collegeparkga.com by 7 o'clock p.m., or you can sign it in at the sign-in sheet at the podium by 7 o'clock. The first person I have to sign in is Robert Golden, 2424 Rugby Avenue, to discuss College View Hills redevelopment.
Mayor and Council, good evening.
Mr. Golden, can you make sure that you're close enough to the microphone? Thank you.
Is that better?
If you just amplify.
Okay, I'll do that. I also want to recognize that we have another individual that signed up, number 2 on the list, Brian Pilger,
Yes.
who has agreed to provide his 3 minutes for me
Gotcha.
to speak this evening. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Robert Golden, and I am a 24-year resident of College Park. That's right, I was here before it was historic, College Park. My purpose for standing before you today are matters that concern the College Park Housing Authority. Many in the community would know me as Coach Golden, as I've spent many years, a decade or more, coaching kids, some of that just left this arena, for the College Park Rec program. And several grew up and still live in the College View Hills Housing Authority that we are here to talk about this evening. In 2021, I was appointed to be a commissioner for the College Park Housing Authority, and last year I was elected as the vice chair of the board. My family calls College Park home. My kids were educated here, and as a volunteer for CPHA, my service is both intentional and deeply personal. A few points I'd like to bring up today regarding the Rental Assistance Demonstration Program, RAD as it's otherwise called, and our redevelopment efforts at the Housing Authority. It will not shock anyone here today to know that our public housing development, College View Hills, is in need of some work. Last year, the board created a RAD redevelopment committee and tasked it with identifying various ways to improve the living conditions for our residents. Improving the physical condition of College View Hills is going to take money, of course. So our work includes researching all possible options to fund the redevelopment of College View Hills community. This includes converting College View Hills community to a housing urban development HUD, rental assistance demonstration, RAD funding model. I'm here tonight to represent the committee, the RAD committee, some of whom are here tonight. If I turn around to the right, fellow board members are here present with me. And also in support of the efforts that we have underway. Specifically, we want to talk to you, Mayor and Council, about the timeline and progress of important committee work that's undergoing right now and address some questions that have come up in the community. We will be kicking off a series of monthly meetings for community information starting on August 26th. Anyone that's interested in learning more about this initiative is encouraged to attend the meetings and get accurate information. Of course, all of our meetings and committee meetings are public as well. On current activities, we have a feasibility study that is underway currently. Specifically, after evaluation of RFP responses for 9 highly qualified master developers and or consultants, College Park Housing Authority hired Exact Capital, a firm that has successfully developed millions of dollars of affordable and Section 8 housing projects, to conduct a feasibility study. After gathering input from College Park and College View Hills residents and staff, as well as various community and city stakeholders, Exact Capital will identify various redevelopment options that they will assess to be financially viable while enhancing the entire community. The options they are exploring range from renovating existing buildings to building all new housing. But we do not know exactly what they are proposing yet until they return with their study. The study is underway now and should finish by the end of August. Once delivered, College Park Housing Authority will have an informed, professional assessment of the viable options from a seasoned development pro and industry subject matter expert. Next up will be our community input. Following the feasibility study, the Atlanta Regional Commission, ARC, who awarded us with a very competitive grant, will be conducting further community input work. Over the course of many months, they will be conducting community education and feedback meetings on our behalf regarding the various redevelopment options that Exact Capital has identified in the feasibility study. The entire College Park community will be invited to those meetings, with College View Hills residents, not surprisingly, our primary stakeholders. The output of ARC's work will inform the RAD Redevelopment Committee and the larger College Park Housing Authority Board on the redevelopment options we have before us to consider. At the end of ARC's work, we would welcome the invitation from this body to come back and present our findings. In closing, I would like to address rumors circulating about what the RAD Redevelopment Committee is and is not doing. I'm sure that some of what's being said is true. However, a specific rumor that College Park Housing Authority is selling College View Hills and permanently relocating residents is completely unfounded. And it's striking significant fear amongst the residents. Every option that will be considered and put forth in this study will allow all residents to return to housing located in redeveloped College View Hills land. That is written in federal law. For any more information about this or any other matters, again, we will be starting a series of monthly meetings on August 26th. We will update our website with specific details once they become known. And we have some members here today with a sign-up sheet if you're interested in getting on a mailing list to stay update with what we have going on. So once again, I just rose today to give some information about what we're doing and specifically some things about what we're not doing, because we've heard a lot about that in the community as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Ames?
Next, I have Star English to discuss College Park vendor bid acceptance, but I believe this item is on the agenda for consideration.
Okay, all right.
Next, I have Jean Hubert, 3338 College Street, to discuss bids treatment towards citizens of College Park.
Could you speak closer to the mic, please?
Thank you for allowing me to address the council today, and I know I have a terrible handwriting. It's bias treatment.
I'm sorry.
And first, I'd like to thank Councilman Clay, because I failed to do that the last time. I truly wanted to believe that my harassment was caused by someone that was other than color. I called you initially to speak to you about it. I just felt in my heart it was you. However, when I called you, you were very compassionate, you were very concerned, you were very apologetic, and it was very genuine. You also opened your door to me if I had any other problems, to feel comfortable to come and speak to you. I'd like to apologize and thank you for that. Also, I'd like to address Councilman Carnes and Councilman Gay. I, as a black citizen in America, I would like to apologize to you because I have seen such heightened disrespect to both Councilman Carnes and Gay. I should be addressed more respectfully, and I do apologize for the community. Secondly, I would like to address to whom I can contact to access all the information about the property that I live in. Tons of code enforcement violations were tried to be accessed on my property since I moved in. I'm concerned because the house was unoccupied for quite a while, and there may be other code violations that have been wrongfully accessed on my property. Several other people that were harassing me, they have come back to me and they have stated their concerns, their fear, and even told me why they were harassing me, by whose instructions. So moving forward, I did hire an attorney, and like I said, he was not able to even access those files. So I would definitely like to know how can I access those files, because it's unlawful. It's unlawful that I should not be able to have those files concerning my property. So I can address any liens that may have been placed on my property prior to my moving in it and becoming executor over the estate. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next, I have Janae Kaysen to discuss drone soccer and National Night Out.
Greetings, Mayor and Council. My name is Janae Kaysen. I am a proud member of Providence Baptist Church located on Hawthorne Avenue under Pastor Charles E. Nesbitt Jr. I also am a business owner. I have a multimedia graphic design and web design company, and I also have a tech school where I teach graphic design and tech to the youth. Also, I'm a proud certified drone soccer instructor for the first Georgia Drone Soccer League under United States Drone Soccer. And I'm here today to personally thank College Park Police Department for inviting the first Georgia Drone Soccer League to showcase drone soccer at National Night Out. And it is October 1st at 6 p.m. And also, a little bit about drone soccer. We teach students, beginning at age 12, middle school, high school, and college, we teach them how to build a drone from scratch and play drone soccer. So they actually build the drone soccer ball and then fly it and play the game. So it's very fun. We can't wait to showcase it at National Night Out. And also, we hope to partner up with the City of College Park and have teams here. So I'm actually the first Georgia drone soccer coach at Arabian Mountain High School, and they are the first team to have a drone soccer league in the state of Georgia. So drone soccer just really started in 2022. So they're fairly new. We just had our first national championship in April in New York. So they travel. It's really a good sport, a great way to get involved, students to get involved with aviation, technology, coding, and they really enjoy it. So please come out August 1st, National Night Out, and we hope to see you there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I have Jamel McKenzie, 2447 Odell Way, to say thanks.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Jamel McKenzie. And I just want to express a few thanks to some people that are not here still and some that are in the room still. I want to thank Chief Rogers for her direction, and I want to thank the council for approving the gun buyback, that we had this past Saturday. I also want to thank our entire law enforcement team, and because of the efforts that our law enforcement team exude, we had 83 guns that were turned in, and that's amazing. People may say that that is a low number, but that number represents 83 possible crimes that have been averted as a result of firearms being removed from our streets. So I want to say thank you to, again, my chief and the team. I also want to congratulate Major Manning on her promotion. She was recently promoted in the last week or so, and we're so happy to have her operating in that capacity in the station. We also want to just mention some of the chaplains. Chaplain Alexander, as you all are aware, I founded the chaplaincy program in 2016, and then in 2017, I brought on 4 additional chaplains. And we set up chaplains for the fire department in 2018. We got them in training. Our chaplaincy corps are composed of wonderful men and women of God who are community servants and walk in integrity and transparency all the time. Integrity is doing the right thing when nobody's looking, and that's what we do. Our chaplain, Steve Alexander, we thank him for his service. Rose Stewart is the newest addition to our corps, and it's been awesome serving this community as a chaplain, and we look forward to more and better in the future. Thank you again for the opportunity to serve.
Thank you. Ms. Ames?
Next, I have email comments. And it reads, the first one is from Cassine Latipo, 1951 Rugby Avenue. Good evening, Mayor and Council. On behalf of the Historic College Park Neighborhood Association, I would like to thank this body for supporting our neighborhood block party in May. My apologies for the delay. I planned to thank you in person in June, but unfortunately was not able to speak the day I was able to attend the meeting due to the unusually high demand for the podium that day. The event was well attended and everyone had a great time. Special thanks to our wonderful city departments, police, fire, recreation, sanitation, and the Office of the City Clerk for their first-class support of the event. HCPNA looks forward to continuing to use these type of events to welcome new neighbors, but also be a great governor of the broader College Park community. On behalf of the many citizens that I have had the opportunity to speak to across all wards, I would like to encourage the mayor and council to aggressively support the city manager's efforts to use the comprehensive strategic plan as a primary guide for most, if not all, discussions had publicly and in executive session. Many people dedicated significant time, expertise, and energy into creating a plan that can really move the city forward, and it would be a real energy boost to the community if we honored that effort by using that plan to inform policy, budget, and other related decisions. I would also like to encourage this body, if it has not been done already, to hire a seasoned facilitator to help mayor and council, along with city department leads, decide on how the comprehensive plan is implemented across all wards, such that we truly maximize all the people and places of our city, and for the benefit of all who live, work, and play here. Finally, my hope is that we also begin to provide quarterly updates to the community with a report on how we are progressing on implementing that plan with a breakdown by priority area and ward. Thank you in advance for your thoughtful consideration of my remarks. Next, I have David Offenhauser with Marriott Hotels. As I began to prepare for my August town hall meeting with my employees, where I share the first half of the year results, I wanted to say thank you from the bottom of my heart for you and your team at the Atlanta Airport District. The results coming out of COVID have been spectacular, and I could not have achieved them without you and your team's maniacal focus on group room nights and catering revenues. Over the past 12 months, with the CVB support, we have closed on 23,269 room nights and $7.7 million in room and catering revenue. The GICC room nights for the complex is 14,461, pacing ahead compared to the same time last year by 3,188 more rooms and an 11% rate growth. This is $865,222 more room revenue coming directly from the GICC than the same time last year for the complex. And for 2024, we are pacing ahead to 2023's record performance by $191,000 in complex revenue. This is unheard of in the 4.5 years I've been leading the hotels. Last year, we exceeded every expectation with a focus on driving occupancy in the complex and having the highest occupancy in all of the Marriott managed hotels in the eastern part of the United States, with the exception of Miami. Better than New York, Tampa, Boston, Charlotte, and Philadelphia. This year, with your team's help, we focus on occupancy and rate, and it has paid off huge, with the most revenue in the history of the hotels by a long shot. This year, the 3 hotels will exceed $75 million in hotel revenue. That is about the same revenue as the Westin Peachtree Plaza, and they have 1,083 rooms compared to our 757. And compared to 2019, the 3 hotels did just under $65 million. That's over $10 million more in total hotel revenues than in 2019. The partnership in driving groups and revenue into the complex and GICC has been nothing short of sensational. And I have to take a moment to share the results with you because my results are absolutely tied to you and your results. Thank you for partnering with me on sales reception for Marriott sales leaders in the East. We have received 11 leads following that reception. Thank you for sending Kristen to 5 shows with Lisa, to include IMAX, HPN in Denver, Tri-State Association, and shows in Chicago and Tennessee. Thank you for helping secure Chick-fil-A for this. That's it for that comment. Okay, moving on. The next comment is from Brad DeBar-DeLaban. One moment while I set my timer. Hello, Mayor and Council. I live at 3265 College Street in College Park. I would like to address parking on College Street near the intersection with Lau Avenue. Residents of the multifamily apartments at Lau and College are parking vehicles on College Street due to no parking signs on Lau Avenue. Cars are being parked on College within a few feet of the intersection. I have seen cars parked at the stop sign on College at Lau. I have witnessed a number of near accidents of vehicles turning from Lau onto College, which is a blind corner, only to find a car parked in the lane of travel. College Street sees a lot of heavy foot traffic from the residents living at the apartments on Vesta and Dunlap. Without a sidewalk, they are walking in the street. I'm afraid one day there's going to be a pedestrian accident. I've contacted Chief Rogers on my concern, who requested I contact non-emergency when I see this parking behavior occur. I've done this a few times, but usually the cars have left by the time the officer arrives. What I would like to see happen is no parking from here to corner signs added at the intersection to stop residents from parking so close to the intersection. Sincerely, Brad DeBar-DeLaban. My next comment is from Natasha Barnett, and it reads, Good evening, Mayor and Council. Firstly, for those who don't have a subscription to the AJC or were unaware of the outcome, the 2 ethics complaints against Mayor Motley Broom by Councilman Carn and Councilman Gay were dismissed. To summarize, the AJC, Attorney Marquetta Bryan, who was retained as the hearing officer by the city, wrote in a preliminary review that dated July 3rd that the changes did not show how the mayor violated the ethics ordinance. Bryan further stated in her review that video clips from city council meetings offered as evidence in both complaints did not summarize or detail what the mayor did to commit a violation. The hearing officer went on to explain that she is not required to scour the internet for videos to interpret or decipher what the complainant believes to be a violation. Since College Park appoints a hearing officer who is a hired attorney at an outside law firm and does not maintain an office or reside in the city, taxpayer dollars were needlessly wasted to confirm what anyone who was able to see for themselves and have the ability to separate fact from fiction. I mean fact from feelings. That what was perceived to have happened did not in fact happen. Furthermore, councilman details matter. Do your legwork and get things in order before additional city resources and funds are spent on personal vendettas. This myth of a strong council and a weak mayor is shattered every time you show up unprepared for a council meeting and to represent us in any manner in public. You gentlemen are better than this. Focus on the details of city business and stop wasting our money. Secondly, for the matter of the battery park, I would like to see the city vote no to that request. The city of College Park deserves thriving, exciting businesses that drive economic interest in our city. That battery park serving Florida, South Atlanta, or whoever else will benefit from it can live somewhere else. We don't want that here. Sincerely, Natasha Barnett. The next comment is from Sherry Godfrey, and it reads, Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Sherry Godfrey, and I reside at 1966 Lyle Avenue. I was very pleased to see the ethics violation complaint filed by Councilman Gay and Karn against Mayor Broom were dismissed. The AJC noted video clips of the council meeting submitted as evidence in both complaints failed to show any proof of ethics ordinance violations. As stated by the attorney assigned as a hearing officer, this hearing officer is not required to scour the internet for videos to interpret or decipher what the complaint believes to be a violation. In other words, the councilman's complaints were steeped emotion and not facts. Councilman Karn and Gay, in particular, often spend lots of time espousing their views on fiscal responsibility. Note, filing frivolous complaints, unnecessary spending city financial and personnel resources is a poor demonstration of fiscal responsibility. I encourage all who are present and those watching online to pay close attention to the output of the city leaders you support. What work product have you seen from these individuals in efforts to attract diverse development, encourage community engagement, and foster positive environments conducive to collaboration and brainstorming solutions? There's a lots of work to be done. It cannot get accomplished by leaders who are more focused on cramped feelings and personally attacks their cohorts than they are uplifting the community. If you want to see city leaders working in unison to cultivate growth and fiscal strength, look to our neighbors in Hateville. They are an excellent example of ideal progress and improvement brought to fruition when city leadership partners with citizens and civic leaders who are forward thinkers and doers. It's the same thing from last month's city council meeting. Let's hold our city leaders accountable to be better, do better, and say less. Kind regards, Sherry Godfrey. I have one more comment. And it is from Randy Godfrey, and it reads, I appeal to the council to take prudent, mature, and less dramatic action to resolve its issues. Organized walkouts go nowhere, ethics complaints, lawsuits, and propagating smear to make a case may help with political victories in the fall, but don't effectively handle today's business of approving budgets and improving the city. In fact, these theatrics set us back, and we're not arguing for or against ideas. The whole of it is political theater designed to incite. I also ask that council immediately end propagating the storylines about wealthy white northern areas of the city getting their way. These lies only further division. It's also important to note that while Ward 1 contemplates voting for an African-American councilwoman, these continued aggressions will make her ability to govern much more difficult. Would she face claims of Thomism if she disagree on important matters with the other African-American council members? We must stop this now. I encourage all to compete with the best of ideas and abilities. It's these real debates carried by involved, well-prepared statesmen and stateswomen that will propel College Park forward. Power to those that do it best. Conversely, this petty, nearsighted struggle for power leveraging innuendo, fear, and race ensures that city remains stagnant. Sincerely, Randy Godfrey. Those are all my comments.
Do you have a comment by someone called Robert Young?
He didn't email it.
He did not.
Not by 7.
Oh, it's late.
I haven't checked after 7.
Ms. Ames, how much time is left?
7 minutes.
7 minutes.
45 seconds.
If anyone in the audience wishes to speak at this time, you can approach. Seeing no one, we will move forward on our agenda. And item 6A is a motion to set a public hearing of August 7th for a rezoning of a property at 5010 Old National Highway from C2 to RM for studio apartments. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilman Clay. Is there a second?
Second.
And Councilman Clay, any discussion?
Pardon?
Any discussion?
No, we're just setting the public hearing.
That is correct.
So there's no detail that we're going through.
All right, Councilman Carn?
This is just a setting for the hearing, so.
Yep.
No.
Councilman Allen?
No.
Councilman Gay?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, gentlemen. Item 6B is a motion to set a public hearing for the same date, August 7th, for a petition to rezone property at 0 Welcome All Road from Business Park to Light Industrial for a battery storage facility. Is there a motion?
So moved again.
Thank you,
Same
Councilman Clay.
situation.
Is there a second?
Second?
Thank you, Councilman Allen. Any discussion, Councilman Clay?
No, we just setting the public hearing.
Councilman Carn?
Yeah, no discussion.
Councilman Allen?
Not at this time, no.
Councilman Gay?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, gentlemen. Heard all 4 of you there. That is unanimous. Item 7A is to approve the consent agenda. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilman Clay. Is there a second?
Second?
Thank you, Councilman Allen. Any discussion, Councilman Clay?
No discussion.
Councilman Carn?
No, I got all my questions answered at the workshop. I think I'm good.
Councilman Allen?
No questions.
Councilman Gay?
No question.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Item 8A is a motion to approve a special event permit request from Fincher in Denmark for an event to be held on September 21st from 5:30 to 8. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilman Clay. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilman Carn. Discussion, Councilman Clay?
No, I hope they have a good time.
Councilman Carn?
No.
Councilman Allen?
Nope.
Councilman Gay?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, gentlemen. That is unanimous. Item 8B is a motion to accept the Fulton County Arts and Culture Grant award in the amount of $34,000 to support the City of College Park's Recreation and Cultural Arts Department programs. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you,
No-brainer.
Councilman Clay. Is there a second?
Second?
Thank you, Councilman Allen. Councilman Clay, any discussion?
No brainer.
Councilman Carn?
So Michelle, this is just going towards the same programs here, the light up and the theater and all the stuff? Is that basically
Actually, it's for our cultural arts. We put in for budget for our special events, regular events, but it is listed for Black History, movies on the lawn, music on the lawn, our senior programming. So it's to offset some of our budget. So Fulton County's been very generous.
and this is where we match it as well, right?
No match.
There's no
Oh,
match.
it's not a
No
match.
match
Okay.
whatsoever.
Just a grant.
Gift from God.
Yes.
Oh, great. Okay, well,
keep writing, I keep
I saw that we have another 34 in to bring it up to 70. Is that?
No,
is
we
that
have
what I read
70 in our current budget, so this will be additional $34,000 to help
Okay,
offset.
in addition to the 70.
Yes, sir.
And this is a repeat of last year, I think, isn't
Well,
it?
it's
It's
an
an increase.
Yeah.
Pardon?
So this is the third year for an application that I've put in for Fulton County Arts Grant, Arts and Culture. It was $6,500 the first year, I think it was $12,500 the second, and now we're at $34,000.
Congratulations.
Did we do the movies on the lawn last year?
We did, and we did them throughout the year. We would do one in, I think it was Halloween, Christmas, and one during the summertime. So now we're doing a summer series. We'll have two. in July and 2 in August. So,
I'm glad we're doing them. I'm glad to see we're doing them again. I remember we got the radio station out at a few of those years ago back. Again, I want to make sure that this is getting out to the kids in the city. Again, the apartment complexes in College Park are not aware of this. They weren't aware of it last year. We're not communicating with the majority of the residents of the city, and particularly the vast majority of the children in College Park live in the apartment communities, and for the most part, they just don't know any of this stuff is going on. And it's not, it's not Parks and Rec's fault, but we've got to establish a communications bridge with the other 60% of this city.
yes, sir.
And we got to figure that out.
Yeah, spoken with staff too, and they do make their way out to the apartments on Godby Road and try to make sure that we're spreading that, because that is our goal, is to reach the community for this. So
Well,
spread the word.
At some point, and again, this isn't on you, we've got to figure out a mechanism that reaches everybody effectively. And we haven't quite cracked that yet, but that's neither here nor there with Parks and Rec, but that's something, city manager, we've talked about, and we gotta figure that out. All right.
Councilman Allen?
No questions.
Councilman Gay?
No question.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, gentlemen. That is unanimous. Item 8C is a motion to approve a bid from ST English Construction for construction and build for the Charles E. Phillips Park basketball courts in the amount of $289,132.15, and authorize option 2 for the full funding of the project in the amount of $336,632.15. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Councilman Gay. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilman Carn. We'll start with discussion. Councilman Clay?
Yeah, I guess the only comment, I got my questions answered from Michelle today. The only comment I would think that if we're going to do the courts, we want to do both. I think that was a comment I made to her. It makes sense to do them both rather than just trying to do one. If we're going to do it, let's do it right. That's all the comment I have.
Councilman Carn?
All right. Let's just make it nice. How soon can we get started on this? Will we be done by fall? Or is this a project for next year, or what is this? What's the timetable?
So we've got Star English, the representative for the construction company that one.
All right.
I talked to Councilman Gay. Weather permitting, we would have it ready for him to cut the roofs for his groundbreaking October 1st.
All right, sounds good.
So we're in the process of now of getting, finishing our.
Can you speak in the mic, please?
Yeah,
Sorry.
I was going to say.
As loud as my voice is. We're currently in the process of clearing up our calendars of what the projects we got on now, so we can address, I think it's like August the 2nd to the end of completing that project, so he can have it ready for his October.
Okay, you got some bad weather days calculated into your timetable
That's why I
there?
said from August the 7th, we'll have it ready from that time. Even if we have to come in on Saturdays and sometime on Sundays, people don't bother. I like to say Sundays, because people start to bother us. But if we could just have that time frame, we'll get it to you.
All right. Okay, sounds good.
Okay?
All right.
Councilman Allen?
The only question I had was a timeline, and you just answered that, so I'm good to go with it, thanks.
Councilman Gay?
Just a comment to thank Mayor and Council for their support of what has been needed over there for a long time.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, gentlemen. That is unanimous. Item 8D is a motion to approve BSN Sports, Inc. to upgrade the basketball courts for the Brady Recreation Center at a cost of $33,778. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilman Clay. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilman Carn. We'll start with discussion. Councilman Clay?
No, I, again, got my questions answered. That needs to be done before it really breaks down.
Councilman Carn?
Yeah, Michelle, I'm glad we're getting this. Obviously, we need it. It just occurred to me because these were back to back. The young lady there that's doing the basketball course, I said to myself, well, did we ask her if she could quote us for a goal? Maybe we could get a better deal with bundling it all together.
So we have goals on the side for the Brady Center, so we need them to be consistent with what they're practicing on and what they're using, so.
They want the same equipment.
So she couldn't provide those same goals,
So this
is
is
that
kinda-
it? I'm
She's
just
con-
curious.
She's concrete and construction.
Oh, okay.
We
Ms.
actually
English,
ordered
thank you.
the goals from BSN for the basketball court. So
Okay.
they are, a sole source for that.
So her package that she's doing doesn't come with the goals?
Correct. We've actually ordered that.
Got it.
outside.
Okay, all right.
Councilman Allen?
No, I don't have any questions, except these do go up and down. You can raise them or lower them.
Correct. The current goals that we have that we're replacing, we thought we could make it another year. They're over 30 years old, and it's costing more to repair what we have than to, so we are happy and delighted to be able to, and our girls' program's picking up, so we're excited about that over at Brady Center.
Councilman Gay?
No question.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, gentlemen. That is unanimous. Item 8E is motion to approve the sewer main installation at Barrett Park by Chemi Construction Company for $136,015.10. Dr. Aderidan.
So moved.
Thank you, Councilman Clay. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilman Carn. Discussion, Councilman Clay.
No, I wish that the sewer had been located where we hoped it would be located and functional, but it's not. And so if we're going to do the restrooms, we need to do the sewer. So I'm good.
Councilman Carn?
All right, Doctor, appreciate it. I know we went out to the other park on Camp Creek, I think. Was it? Yeah, Public Works. And we talked about a drainage issue, a flooding issue there, but I don't think it's as significant as this thing. But I want you to keep that in mind because there's just some flooding issues there we talked about. So at some point, I want to take another look at that and make sure we cover that one too.
Councilman Allen?
No, this is needed, so thanks.
Councilman Gay?
It's needed because we had to do the same thing in our splash pad, but I had a question. On page 18, am I reading this correctly that the first vendor is 58,000 and the second vendor is 158,000?
Yes, that's correct.
Well, is it for the same scope of work? I guess what I'm saying is we had a sewer line that had to be done over at the splash pad, but I was just wondering why there's such a discrepancy in the price if it's the exact same, and why do we go with the 158 over the 58?
The difference is this particular sewer line is a line that has been there for a very long time, and it cannot be used.
No, sir, I'm saying, what was the basis? I must be reading it wrong. Am
No.
I reading this wrong? What
No,
is
you're not reading it wrong, but as you know, Councilman, when we release a bid and we indicate specifications, a part of the evaluation is how closely each bidder is meeting those specifications. And so, based on the evaluation of the team, the low bid was not sufficient to meet the specifications that were listed.
So what we call that in industry is called, they were not responsive? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and you're exactly right,
So-
that's the term.
So may I suggest in the future, if there's a, well, I'll talk about that in a second.
Okay.
So they weren't responsive. Okay,
Okay.
fair enough.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, gentlemen. That's unanimous. Item 8F is motion to approve Chemi Construction for emergency sanitary sewer point repair at 1970 English Lane in the amount of $29,500. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Thank you,
Second.
Councilman Clay. Is there a second?
Second?
Thank you, Councilman Allen. Councilman Clay, discussion?
No, it needs to be done. I think it is done, isn't it? Yeah, I mean,
Councilman Carn?
Just a note that 2 copies of, looks like the same. Are these 2 different things? For
Yeah,
two
they're
different-
duplicates.
There's two
There's
two
a mistake in the
duplicates.
So I wasn't
packet.
seeing
They're
that.
absolute duplicates.
Okay, I thought it was me, but,
Nope.
okay, yeah, just FYI.
Anything else?
No.
Councilman Allen?
No question.
No question.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, that motion that was approved unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Aderidan. Item 8G is a motion to approve an intergovernmental agreement between the City of College Park and the College Park Business and Industrial Development Authority. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilman Clay. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilman Carn. Good evening, Mr. Wall.
Hello, Madam Mayor. Do you want a presentation, or y'all going to vote and I go home?
We'll start with discussion from you, just to set the.
Do you have some hard copies?
I didn't know where you were. Did you just get here?
Yep, I was outside.
Okay.
I have a handout, Madam Mayor. What's the best way to get it to you?
I'll take it.
Carrier pigeon?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council members and Madam Mayor, the College Park Business and Industrial Development Authority was created in 1980 under the 1976 Georgia Constitution. It was created primarily so that the city could issue debt and use BIDA as a conduit. Many authorities have that sort of thing, and yours is amending the Constitution, so it's a powerful authority. Many development authorities were done pursuant to a 1969 statutory law. East Point, Hateville, and College Park all have a BIDA. The business arrangement between BIDA and the City of College Park has been this ad hoc thing with nothing in writing, and as your business has developed from 1980 to today, it's just been sort of done as a department of the city. I've given you a handout. The first page is the credit report from Standard & Poor's Corporation. In the last 3 months, both Moody's and Standard & Poor's have rated City of College Park's credit rating. All of us as individuals have credit ratings from Equifax, Experian, TransUnion. Cities and counties and authorities, municipal debt, have credit ratings from Standard & Poor's and Moody's. Standard & Poor's raised your credit rating. You can see I've circled from AA- to AA. During that discussion, we talked about the city's financial situation, the general fund, and your general fund balance, your reserve. We all talked about that. A big chunk of that is owed to you from BIDA, and it's to be paid from the sale of property. And so they said, do you have a legal document to show where that money is going to get paid back? And I said, no, we've just done it by operation of making journal entries in the city's books, and it's reflected in our audit report. Well, Standard & Poor's asked for it. Let's go to the next page, page 2. Moody's, they took the negative off of your credit rating, and they have us rated AA3. They also asked the question about the general fund balance, how much of it was a loan to other funds and how much of it was cash. And then they said, how do we know that's going to get paid back? And I said, well, it's going to get paid back from the sale of land. It's reflected in our books and records in our audit report, but we don't actually have a legal document between us and BIDA. Turn to the next page, Malden and Jenkins. I've been before y'all many different times where Malden and Jenkins is making us write off some of the debt that the various funds, particularly BIDA, owes to the city because we haven't sold land as quickly as we thought we would sell it. And so you all have heard me talk about $13 million is owed from BIDA to the various different funds, mainly the city general fund. It's now down to about $10.5 million because Malden and Jenkins makes us write it off. In discussions with Malden and Jenkins, Doug Moses, their partner in charge, we don't have anything in writing. We just have our journal entries and books and records. So these 3 things necessitated me to talk to Mr. Stanley Hawthorne, the city manager, about coming up with an intergovernmental contract between our development authority and us. Many governments have them. DeKalb has them, Hateville has it, Stockbridge has it, Hampton has it, Norcross has it, a lot of my clients have it, Dougherty County and Albany have it. And so I asked Winston and his team of lawyers if they would to prepare an intergovernmental contract. I want to get you to the specifics and the numbers. If you would, turn to page 4. This is right out of your June 30, 22 audit report. You can see I've highlighted there the fund for BIDA. The auditors call it the Redevelopment Authority Fund. I want you to highlight or focus on the arrow that I have. This was their revenue and expense. Notice in 2022, the income, net income of BIDA was a negative $1,249,000. So you can see, and we sometimes talk about it and it gets lost. BIDA is not in the business of making money. They're in the business to act as a conduit for you for the things that Georgia law will not allow you to do on your own. And so below that, you can see a transfer in of $1,770,000. That comes from our hotel motel tax. So BIDA is not designed to be a revenue-making operation. It's designed to do things that you ask it to do as your conduit. Turn to the next page. This is BIDA's balance sheet. In the circle on the left on page 5 is the liabilities. This is what BIDA owes. So if I've my first arrow, BIDA has due to other funds $1.5 million, and that is called a current liability. In auditing speak, that means that's to be paid in the next coming 12 months. My second arrow down below says advances from other funds. It owes $10,074,000 to other funds. You add those two together, and the auditors have on the books that it owes about $11.5 million. But we know it's $13 million, but we have written off some of that amount because the auditor makes you write it off if you don't get it paid back in a timely way. Turn to the next page if you would, page 6. This is BIDA's balance sheet. These are their assets. I'm on page 6. In the left-hand corner, you can see I've circled assets. You see I've highlighted there on the books and records of BIDA at cost is land that it owns, $38,954,000. BIDA is attempting to sell that land, has been quite some time. A big chunk of it is 6 West. What happens, can BIDA sell that property without your permission? Well, they can. They won't. Y'all worked well together since 1980. But this intergovernmental contract says that just like the actual constitutional amendment requires their approval of this body before they issue debt, we've written in it that they have to get your approval before they sell land. Additionally, it talks about when they sell that land, whatever proceeds they get, it goes into the city general fund to get you paid back. Turn to the next page if you would. I'm almost done. Page 7. This is your general fund profit and loss statement. Look down at the bottom. It says the fund balance at the beginning of year, June 30, 22, was $16 million. You added money back to your fund balance like y'all wanted to. Remember, we drew it down $7 million during COVID. It's now $23 million. Now, look up at the top. Total expenditures is $29,493,469. You all used to have a policy that you keep 100% of your annual budget as a fund balance. Your written policy is 30% to 60%. So if you had 23 million going into 29 million, that's what, about 75, 80%. But turn to the next page. This is my last page, page 8. Look down at the bottom where I've put a box. It says the total liabilities, deferred inflows, and resources is 27 million. Look above that, that 23 million is your fund balance. Then look above that. Unassigned is 16,651,000. Go all the way to the very tippy top, and it says cash and cash equivalents are 17 million. So of that 23 million, only 17 million of it's cash. And we go down to the bottom again under the big bold fund balances, and there's restrictions, and there's money that's owed to the general fund. So 6,090,000 is owed to the general fund, and then you can see there's some of the fund balances assigned to other things. And then look at the top again. I've got 2 arrows. 2 million is due from other funds, and 6 million is advances to other funds. So there's $8 million that's owed back to the general fund. And so this intergovernmental contract just puts in writing what you all have been doing in practice since 1980. And it's so that the next time the credit rating agencies or auditor ask, give me proof that this money is going to be paid back, I'll have something to show.
Thank you, Mr. Wall. Questions, Councilman Clay?
No, I'm good. I think it's really good that we're doing this.
Thank you, sir.
Councilman Carn?
Ed, I think it's a no-brainer, obviously. My question is, has the finance director looked at this information, or did you put this together yourself, or?
No, sir. She and I did it together. We've done it. We've been working on it the last 2 months.
Good deal. All right.
And your lawyer prepared all the paperwork. So if there's anything wrong with it, it's his.
All right.
I had nothing to do with it. I did read it though, boss, and it does what we want it to do, I believe.
All right.
Councilman Allen?
No, I'm good with that. I think if, you know, you have to have that in there, or we're putting ourselves at risk of lowering our bond rating, number one, and we're putting ourselves at risk with our audits, and again, lowering the rating. So I think this is, again, it's a no-brainer. We got to do this.
Councilman Gay?
You know, I could be a little bit off on these comments, but I have a couple other concerns. So I understand you trying to protect our fiduciary with your auditors and our bond rate. I get that. Couple comments. I find it strikingly interesting that the law firm can put this document together, but when it comes to the collateral agreement, it goes out to a specialist. I find that just remarkably interesting that we have the expertise for this, but we don't have the expertise for that. Second comment I want to say is that I noticed in this document, not are you just talking about protecting us through the sales or getting the money back. I thought, you know, the spirit of this was to get the money to our general fund. But when I look at this, you also have a lot of language here about duties, responsibility. You know, as an elected official, you know, my first priority is to this council, but my chair, I talk on a daily basis. And I don't see anything in this contract that is equitable as far as what their role is. Not in this document, I don't see that. So I think it kind of defeats the purpose of having Biden. They're just gonna be a ad hoc committee that gets us to meet our constitutional responsibility. That's fine. But if they're there to give a check and balance and have the powers to protect the city as well, then I don't think that this document does that.
So could I respond to him?
Yeah, in just a second.
Yes, sir.
You know, we've had these audits for a while. Not one time have I heard our auditor come and make these statements. I haven't heard Doug Moses in any of his audits, when he finished talking to us, had talked about our bond rating. But I find it strikingly, when you got 4 black women now on BIDA, all of a sudden we get these documentations. Now, I'm not the smartest, I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed up here, but I can read and write. This contract may help us get our money back and keep them from selling our property, which they wouldn't do anyways because they've never done it. But you got a lot of language that you stuck in this that need to be looked at by Dan Lee, and it needs to be looked at by all those vital board members who give up their time and talent as we do up here.
Yes, sir. Can I respond?
Sure.
So I'm gonna take them in reverse order. The collateral agreement, I'm gonna let Mr. Denmark address it. BIDA has to approve this. So they're gonna get a chance, their lawyer's gonna get a chance to look at it, they're gonna get a chance to comment about it. I just started it with you because I sort of look at you like a mom and dad. So we started it with you. Number 2, that other language you talk about, I added it in there from the basis of the other intergovernmental contracts, other clients of mine, some places have their own bank accounts. Another authority has its own bank account. Some authorities hire their own employees. Here has been your practice, and so I just put in that agreement what has been your practice, that Miss Althea Fullord Bradley handles all the books and records for BIDA, that you pay the employees of BIDA, like the Economic Development Director, their Secretary Treasurer, and so I boiled into writing what y'all been doing in practice. I didn't do it to try to put a stranglehold on them. I just put in practice what they've done. Their board members are very rigorous in policies and procedures. They're very, we've never had any, and they're big about that. And I thought they would like to see that kind of thing in writing, because we've just done it ad hoc by practice. Lastly, about the collateral agreement, you all months ago instructed Ms. Fullord Bradley and me to work out a collateral agreement so we could make a deposit with a minority bank. And so Ms. Fullord Bradley and I reached out to Mr. Denmark, Fincher Denmark's firm, and we got assigned Daniel Matricardi, and so she says, you know, I don't have the expertise on this collateral agreement. Can you find a copy of it? So I went to the state of Georgia, Department of Treasury, and I got a copy of what they have as a collateral agreement. Ms. Matricardi read it, and she said, this is not my expertise. What lawyer have you dealt with before that's done this? And I said, 2, Earl Taylor and your current bond counsel, Doug Selby at Hunt and Andrews and Curry. So then she sent an email asking Ms. Fullord Bradley if she could hire Doug Selby's firm to prepare that collateral agreement based on the one that I'd found at the state, and Ms. Fullord Bradley missed the email. Then you sent us an email, and she realized she'd missed it. She approved the hiring of Doug Selby. Doug Selby handed it off to another lawyer that does a lot of business with me, a lady named Shani Loken. She reached out to me and she says, this collateral agreement is specific to the state. Rather than me create one, and I can save hours billed if you can go to Unity Bank, who holds collateral at Zions Bank, and see if they already have a collateral agreement that the two of them use, and I can go off of that. So I think it was last week or the week before, I reached out to Mr. Chuck Lewis at Unity Bank and asked him, could he get me a copy of any collateral agreement they already have with Zion Bank so we didn't have to reinvent the wheel. And he sent me to his comptroller, a lady who said she would call Zions Bank and get it to me quickly. And I think it's been about a week. And I'll let Mr. Denmark talk about why his firm may or may not have the expertise to do that.
Yeah, Councilman Gay, that is a issue that deals with banking and finance, and it's just not something that we have that expertise in. Whereas this intergovernmental agreement with BIDA, we draft intergovernmental agreements between cities and development authorities all the time. I just did one for the city of Stonecrest Urban Redevelopment Agency and their development authority. I just did one for the city of Jackson Downtown Development Authority. We represent a lot of authorities, and having intergovernmental agreements between the city and the authority is something that we've done any number of times. But that collateral agreement is something that's slightly more specialized. But I hear you loud and clear. I mean, it's a very important deal, and I don't want you to get the sense that we don't appreciate its importance, because it's a directive from this council. So we take it very, very seriously, and we're working diligently to get the collateral agreement finalized.
Nothing more, Mayor.
All right. Anything following up, Councilman Clay?
No, if the auditors are worried about it, I think we should be concerned about it.
Councilman Carn?
Ed, I got a couple of things that Councilman Gay did touch on.
Yes.
Now, I understand this is definitely needed in terms of our financial rigidity and making sure we're in line with the auditor's report and the like. I get that part. I'm glad that BIDA's going to be taking a look at this document as well. But, I read through this thing, and this Article 2, BIDA Operations and Management, I think that's probably where there may be some issues there. Now, based on the audit situation, whether that article is even necessary or not, everything else establishes what BIDA is and that it handles the real estate and things correctly. Now, when you get into how they regulate themselves, I think that's where you get a little, I guess, too far out of the requirements of what you actually needed. And, you know, since I've been back, I've sat in a lot of BIDA meetings, and I kind of watched the dynamics that have been going on along BIDA, and particularly between the majority of the BIDA board and the executive director. Now, obviously, and I just tell y'all like this, I guess this is something that needs to be said, so I'll just say it. And I make no apologies for saying it. Now, Ed, this has nothing to do with you, but
Yes.
This particular article here, if it's not necessary for what you need, then I don't, you know, whether we need it or not, I guess a lot of that would be up to the BIDA board. But I'll just say it because I figure nobody else will. But I don't mind having the, I guess, the type of conversations that need to happen sometimes. It's hard to, you know, invoke some fair and rational thought into this situation. From what I've seen, I think it's an inherently biased landscape that's going on. And with BIDA, since I've been back, it's been very subtle. And it's hard to have a volunteer board, which that's practically what the BIDA board is. And your administration is fighting against the majority of the board, just about every meeting. And that's pretty obvious to see for anyone that has the eyes to see it. Some of us simply choose not to see it. But I think it's a problem. City manager, I know you've seen it, and I know you're working towards some solutions, and just getting here, taking a look at the landscape is important. I guess this is going to go to the board, and they'll take a look at it, but if there's anything in here that's not necessarily necessary to get the financial requirements that you need, for goodness sake, I'd say you don't want to, you know, muddy the waters, you know, as little as possible. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, so if I comment about it, there's nothing magic about those words. So you're right, this Article 2 is about you paying money, about the employees. It was language that I picked up from other intergovernmental contracts. There's nothing magic about it. It's negotiation between you and BIDA, what it says.
And don't get me wrong, it's needed.
Yes.
The question is, you know, there's going to be two sides of that
That's right.
of that field in terms of operation and management. So
BIDA doesn't know it. I haven't discussed this with BIDA yet. I came to you first.
Well, just from my opinion, I want to pass this tonight. But my thinking is, okay, if we pass this tonight, this goes to BIDA at some point or another, and they say, well, hey, I don't know if I like some of this Article 2 stuff. Then we find out, well, Article 2 isn't really necessary for this to get straightened out. And at some point, BIDA maybe comes back and discusses getting things straightened out at some other point, maybe.
Comment about that. I listened to the BIDA board. They're big on policies and procedures. I think they'll want Article 2. Maybe they want to change it. But so this was me trying to make this other thing palatable, that we would boil down into writing a policy of how their employees are conducted, and one thing that, and so it wasn't meant to straitjacket them, but it's meant to get the conversation started.
Right. I think they'll want Article 2 as well. The problem is what form Article 2 takes on.
Yes.
So if you need this for finance, and you could do this without Article 2, why give yourself another hurdle to jump over? Because BIDA, I think, without Article 2 would be fine with this, just like we are. With Article 2, you might get some tug of war there, but again,
So
that's just my suggestion.
The timing of it's not critical. I had the rating agencies and the auditor trust me that we were going to get it done, so they won't, the credit rating agencies won't come around to this time next year. So I just got to have it done, say, within the next 8 months.
I think we need to do it now. I think we need to do it tonight.
Yes.
My suggestion would be doing it tonight with the Article 2 not necessarily being pertinent to it going, but letting BIDA have the time to straighten that out. But can we send this on? And I guess the question I'm asking is, could we send it on with or without that? The inner management stuff? Or is it just the financial specifics that satisfy the financial requirements that we were talking about?
Mr. Hawthorne?
Thank you, Mayor, and Councilman Karn. I certainly welcome the city attorney weighing in, but mine isn't a legal answer. Now, you all haven't known me for very long, and I probably won't have to say this for much longer, but I believe in calling things as they are. I think that's what integrity means. I think it's what transparency means. And I'm going to try and say this in a way to leave personalities out. But Councilman Karn's comments are legitimate, I believe. I'm teaching my staff, not that they don't know, but respecting governing bodies for their specific roles, usually as outlined, whether in a charter or bylaws, is going to be respected properly. In this particular article that Councilman Karn has referred to, Article 2, Section B, I'm going to read the first sentence. BIDA shall have an executive director who shall be appointed by the city. And city in this case, with the course council ultimately having to fund, with administrative responsibility resting with the city manager, I read this line, shall be appointed by the city manager. And so I take responsibility for the relationship on the administrative part, recognizing, and some will say that BIDA is a conduit, which it is. I see them as the redevelopment authority that has been given the responsibilities of a redevelopment authority, tied to the city council, because the city council and the mayor makes the appointments for those various positions. And so where the administration aspect of this comes in, and yes, I have observed it, and debate is good. I say to my staff, I want dissenting opinions. It's healthy. But I'm going to always respect the governing body making policy decisions. Appreciate you giving me an opportunity to be a part of the discussion, as the charter also provides for. So, Councilman Karn, I would just say that, and I hope BIDA, and obviously we need to talk to the BIDA board members, but things are going to get better one way or the other. And you all know that I'm also working on a restructure. I don't know exactly what that's going to look like at this point, but I'm assessing carefully, and now my 14th week working for the city, as I will address, as I've already written to you, a couple of adjustments that I've already pointed out to you with regard to the organizational structure, at least the operations. So these issues with BIDA are part of that as well. I don't know if that helps, but I think it's language that is appropriate between the two bodies of BIDA and council, and we shouldn't let issues that can be addressed administratively get in the way of the letter of the law in effect.
Mr. Denmark?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilman Carn, to your question, you certainly could approve it with changes or subject to certain revisions. My team drafted it, so I think it's an appropriate intergovernmental agreement. And, BIDA can advocate for itself. If the BIDA board members, they have every right to review it, to say we like this, we don't like that, and the BIDA board through their council can push back on certain provisions that they would like to see eliminated or softened or drafted differently, and that can be a conversation. So it would be my advice and recommendation to you is to let your lawyer draft an agreement for you, and then let the BIDA attorney take care of the BIDA board. So I'm taking care of you tonight because you're my client, and I drafted an agreement that protects the interests of the city of College Park. And Dan Lee's a good lawyer, and he will certainly protect the interests of the BIDA board to the extent that there is even a convergence in those interests. I think that the interests align in this intergovernmental agreement, and I think it's fine. But if the BIDA board and their lawyer think differently, well, they ain't shy.
Madam Mayor. Councilman Carn, so just my last thing. This was drafted by me giving various other agreements to LaTanya, what's her last name?
Wiley.
And it had input from Mr. Hawthorne, it had input from Ms. Valora Bradley. It's not meant to be to BIDA, take it or leave it. It is just merely a start.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. That's good enough for me.
Councilman Allen?
I think that's where we start. We start with this. BIDA looks at it, BIDA Legal looks at it, and then we get together and massage it or whatever we need to do. So I think it's good like it is to go, and then we can adjust from there. And I thank you for your team of doing all the work. Yes, sir.
Councilman Gay?
So it's not binding until both parties sign it?
Correct.
So what happens if they don't like something, then you bring it back to us?
Yes, sir.
Just go back and forth?
Yes, sir. So you approve this as a draft. If they make changes, then it'll come back to you to accept their changes, or you to make more changes back to them.
Would it make more sense to do this in a joint session? I mean, they're gonna be doing changes. This could go on for some time.
Sir,
Mr. Denmark?
Yes, ma'am. What will likely happen is Dan Lee and I'll get together and we'll try to compromise something and then bring it. Because you're right, Councilman. I mean, it could go back and forth, and we'd be at this, forever. But if we see that there's substantial disagreement, then the lawyers will try to get together and come up with a compromise document that everybody likes.
That's good.
All right. As a point of clarification, there are 5 black women on BIDA. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I didn't hear what you said.
All those in favor?
No, before the motion call. There was a comment?
There are 5 black women on BIDA. All those in favor?
What did I say, 4?
Councilman, what is your vote?
Oh, I get it.
What is your vote?
I'm gonna abstain.
All right, so council members Clay, Carn, and Allen are in favor. Council member Gay abstains. The motion passes.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Item 8H is a motion to approve updating legislation to allow the executive director of the Georgia International Convention Center to sign sales contracts on behalf of the GICC, the arena, and the golf course, and to ratify contracts executed during the period of June 28th through July 5th, 2023. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Discussion.
Is there, Councilman Allen made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilman Clay. We'll start with discussion with you. Councilman Clay, any discussion?
Pardon?
Any discussion?
No.
Councilman Carn?
Councilman Clay actually made the motion, but I guess that's neither here nor there. We're all interchangeable, it doesn't matter.
I heard a lot of people, so go ahead. Councilman Carn, any discussion?
No, I'm good with it.
Councilman Allen?
No, I'm good. I think she needs to continue.
Councilman Gay?
I just want a little back history on why you bringing this to us.
Well, we talked about it, I think it was during COVID, and I guess I would say Stanley goes straight by the charter, and it was never amended in the charter. So it would put me at a handicap that every time I book a contract, I have to send it to Stanley over $10,000 because a lot of my clients come in, pay their money, and want their contract executed right there. But we just didn't deal with it before when it was brought up.
So when I entered into an agreement to do a concert during COVID, the mayor pointed out that no one elected official could bind the city, but prior to that, forever and a day, you've been binding the city. So we're now to the point where we now want to give you authority to do contracts that you had already been doing. Did I get it right?
Correct.
Now, does this, what's that term you use, city manager, mutually exclusive?
Yes.
Is she mutually exclusive, or does this other directors get to enter into sales agreements?
I would say that this would be exclusive to the GICC executive director.
Okay. Just needed to make sure I'm wondering why we're now bringing this up a couple of years later. Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, gentlemen. That is unanimous. City Attorney's report.
Nothing's either, Madam Mayor.
City Manager's report.
Yes, Mayor, I've got a report. Got 45 pages of a report.
We read that one. You going through all 45?
Well, you got me, Mayor. I guess I won't have to read it then. I would like to highlight some of the report as a way of making sure that the public knows that this information is being made available to them. And I would say in what we're calling the Strategic Performance Report, which will be presented to the mayor and council every 2 weeks, aligning with the meeting of the mayor and council. The charter also requires a monthly report from the city manager, so I think we're meeting all purposes with this report. I think it's important for the mayor and council on a regular basis, more often than monthly, to know what's going on with their city departments, that only they are authorized to create, in effect. And College Park is a complex place, and there's a lot going on. I know that this report is different than other reports in that it is comprehensive across the organization and kind of stays away from tables and a bunch of numbers. Those have their place, but this is written for your narrative understanding, in effect telling a story. I think what has amazed me in asking the community building leadership team, that is the department directors at this point, to partner with me in this exercise, just how much they have to report on this regular of a basis. I was not anticipating that 2 reports in a row would be close to 50 pages. I've done these reports in my last organization. It did not come close to that level. So I give a lot of credit to the community building leadership team for taking it serious, reporting on substantive issues, but doing it in a way that's friendly to read. You should not run into an issue of an acronym that you don't understand, you're having to guess at. And therefore, it is written for the benefit of the public as well. and it will be made available to the public. But this will not substitute for our obligation to give the community their own separate communications. This is for the mayor and council with the ability to share it with the public. In this report, as will be the case in other reports, the first part will be directly written by me, maybe with the assistance of some team members. For the most part, I will be writing it on issues that I think are important for you to hear directly from me. And then in alphabetical order, you will receive the department's report. So I want to address a couple of things that I wrote to the council on in the first part of the report. The organizational restructure, you know, that's something that I've been working on since I came here. It will be comprehensive. You have already approved with the budget, or at least related to the budget, to come back with the organizational restructure by the end of the first quarter, which is September 30th. I will definitely meet that timetable. It will be a nice visual for you to see with explanation and background, and ultimately asking you to codify it. I think it meets what the charter expects, and that is for an efficient and effectively organized structure of the College Park organization to conduct its affairs in the most efficient manner. That is kind of the overview. Much more to come, but I have moved ahead with a couple of what I consider to be important, not so much change in the structure at this point, but within the current structure, some adjusting of operations, and two recommendations that I won't go into a lot of detail. You can read it for yourself, but I have moved ahead effective as of this date with trying to enhance the support to the mayor and council from the single staff person who assists, in some ways, the six most important players of the organization, I should say, four most important council members plus the mayor, and that is a heck of a job for anyone. I think by giving some oversight by the city clerk, who is probably, other than the city manager, the next closest office that works with the mayor and council, who also has additional resources, and I think your staff person will be served well by having another extension and a supervisor to be able to take issues, particularly when that person may be overloaded or overwhelmed. The other change that I asked the chief building inspector, and a lot of the documentation in this section was provided by Mr. Robinson, really citing the code. The building official has tremendous authority as provided by this governing body. Code enforcement compliance has traditionally been in the inspections division. At this point in time, I believe it is the most appropriate place. So that transition is moving forward. Moving on to just a few highlights from departmental reports. I'd like to start with the city clerk, actually, and I hope you will appreciate what I'm going to summarize here. All of us had a chance to participate in the Georgia Municipal Association, the annual convention in Savannah this year. The city clerk's office had a chance to participate, as did the city manager's office, and even our recreation and cultural affairs department. It is one of the most professional organizations in my many years of government. I mean, they are just first class, but they're there to support cities and a lot of classes. The city clerk, one of her takeaways was a class that she took to further education on receiving the master's clerk certificate. One specific takeaway in a course on minutes, resolutions, and ordinance, they were taught. Such minutes should only include what was done, not what was said. So at some point, and I know this council isn't ready for it now, we do verbatim minutes. So I want to make sure that there's some recommendation out in the field, particularly in a day of recordings, where you can go back and not only read, but hear and see verbatim, that may be something that we want to start to transition towards. Almost done. I'd like to give an update that was provided from our Convention Center, Arena, and Golf Course Department. I want to highlight what has turned out to be a record year for the Convention Center, record of the history that goes, forget how many years, 20 years. So as of June 30th, year-to-date revenues are $10,889,000, forget about that, $11 million to round it off. That is a record, even dating before COVID, and Ms. Miller and her team deserves great recognition and certainly a round of applause. I know that's something that they've been working, and actually the number was 10 million that Ms. Miller was trying to get to. Got a couple more updates. But there's a lot more in these 45 pages. The Finance Department has been awarded the GFOA's, Government Finance Officers Association, an international company representing governmental finance. But we have been awarded, our finance department has received the GFOA's Distinguished Budget Presentation Award for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2022 to June 30, 2023. So for the fiscal year that just ended. I have talked to the mayor and council already about, I give a lot of credit to the staff for the budget that was just completed fiscal year 2024. I got here when that work was done, and literally the council was beginning their review. A lot of work went into it, but the process will be different next year. And one of the ways that it will be different is this document that we get an award for. It's not those spreadsheets that the council uses to go through. The requirement from the Government Finance Officers Association is that the budget document has to meet 4 critical functions. It has to serve as a policy document, a financial plan, an operations guide, and a communications device. And if you don't meet strict criteria falling into each of those categories, you don't get the award. And most governments, I will tell you, don't come close to producing that kind of document. Yet, it's not the document that we use in going through budget review. We do it after the fact. Moving ahead, you will receive that document ahead. It will be the vehicle that we use. Now, I've got some things that I want to add to it that makes it even more transparent. So, just a highlighted announcement of things to come. Finally, I probably should have did this one first, Michelle, because I've just acknowledged very good things. But nonetheless, this is information that needs to be shared and I think highlighted for the public. I hope it's too early to say that our splash pad is or isn't a lemon. but it has disappointed us all, and it is not being taken lightly. We are somewhat captured at the moment. When I saw the report that I forwarded to you earlier today, that a planned appointment after all of the issues that we've had, and because of a singular maintenance person having something to come up, once again, our community has to suffer with the non-operable splash pad. So ultimately, I don't know what it's going to take to get this fixed, but we're going to get it fixed. And my apologies to the public for just how disappointing and exciting and to be honest, relief in this hot weather for our young people. So I apologize, but be patient with this. We're going to get it right in the end. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Move to the report of Mayor and Council. Councilman Clay.
Well, I only have one thing I wanted to mention, and it got touched on while we were talking about the Ferguson Group today. I had a brief conversation with them, and the FAA finally, after years, is considering getting away from DNL, day-night level.
Thank God.
Which is, for want of a better term, an average of the sound that we experience. Being the busiest airport in the world, with more operations than anybody else, with all runways, whether you're landing or taking off, you either land to the east or you take off to the west, and you fly over everybody in this city. So I've been working for the last several years arguing that DNL is not a meaningful measure. It's not a meaningful measure when we have freighters going out at 12:30, flying over Ward 4 and over Ward 2 and over Ward 1 even. So they're over all wards. And the problem is DNL, it weights the noise we get from them after 10 o'clock more significantly, but it doesn't account for people being awakened at night by a large aircraft with high bypass engines that wake you up. And the studies that I've seen on one of the two FAA committees that I'm on, advisory committees, there is a strong correlation, apparently, between health effects and being awakened at night. And all the results aren't in yet, and some have been published and some are yet to be published. College Park was involved in a noise study. I don't know whether people generally knew that, but individual people within College Park were solicited to have equipment in their bedroom. I got a solicitation purely by accident, but because of my hearing issues, I didn't get to participate. I was hoping I'd get to participate in it. Bottom line is that I'm seeing a change in the one advisory group that I'm on, which oversees the university research. And I believe that there is, they're still trying to make an argument that DNL is a useful measurement. I question that. But I'm currently in the process. I wrote something 2 years ago that made arguments to the FAA that it should be changed, that there are other factors that need to be taken account. So they seem to be gravitating. Some of the work that's being done lately seems to indicate that they're considering not the average, but they're considering how many are above a certain level that are going to wake you up at night or are going to rattle your windows or what have you. That's a good sign. The FAA now has said, well, come back and offer suggestions for noise metrics. So what I'm trying to do right now, in parallel with everything else that's going on these days, I'm writing a response. It's a personal response, but yet it has the credibility of living here and being on council and what have you. I'm writing a response that basically says there are other metrics that need to be considered. What I'm trying to do, I also know that they need something fairly straightforward, and I'm trying to zero in on a handful of things that I think from a technical standpoint will be easy to apply, and yet will represent the problems that we have, specifically being close to the airport, with people being awakened, people being kids. At least we got College Park Elementary School insulated adequately. That was a major thing that I wanted to see done, and it thanked the board for going along with the late emphasis and making the retrofit there. So there's nothing we have to do, but if I get a little bit grumpy, if I say, hey, I really can't go to this event, I'm spending a fair amount of time trying to figure out how to write this thing in a way that the FAA will go along with it and will address our issues. But I just wanted to make you aware of it. We touched on it briefly with the Ferguson group, and ultimately, Noise will be writing a response. We're a member of Noise. They'll be writing a response. And I am obviously an input to that response. But what I'm writing is more technical, and it's more based on the research that I'm familiar with that needs to be done, and and the work I've been doing and the trains that I've been tracking and so forth. So, like I say, there's nothing that needs to be done, but I want you to make you aware of it, just like our city manager likes to make you aware of what's going on. So, I could talk about a couple other things, but that's probably enough for tonight.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Carr?
Ambrose, I gotta tell you, if you could figure out a way to get rid of D&L, that would be a groundbreaker nationwide.
We're getting there.
I mean, I don't know if you all know how serious that is for us. That measurement is completely biased towards the airline industry. And it's probably the easiest way for them to get away with a lot of disturbance in literally thousands upon tens of thousands of communities. If we can change that, I don't know how we could help you. We're not rocket scientists like you are, but if there's something we can do to help, one thing I can say that would serve College Park's advantage is making sure a big factor of the measurement is frequency, flights. College Park literally has more overflights than any other city, not just in the United States, but more overflights over our heads than any city on this planet. A little over 2,600 flights per day over our heads. And a D&L average does not measure or compare in terms of the noise level on an average as opposed to frequency. You can have a D&L for airline or for airport that flies 50 flights a day and you have a D&L average. But that ain't 2,600 flights, takeoffs and landings a day. It's a big difference if you're living under it. So yeah, that would be a game changer. So yeah, that's a big deal. That's a big deal. A couple of things I got. City manager's report. City manager's report. That was music to my ears. The first one I read was, I don't know, it's been such a long time since we've had some complete, competent reports from management. And I, for one, sleep better at night that I know what's going on. You know, when you're informed, you're more competent. When you're informed, you're able to make better decisions up here by leaps and bounds. That is it is such a relief to have those reports. I hear that Mr. Phil Taylor is retiring from his role as director of College Park Housing Authority, and I'd like to make sure that we kind of try to honor him in some kind of a way. I mean, 20 plus years is a long time over there, and he's dedicated quite a bit to that area. So if we can figure out some kind of way, a proclamation or a plaque or something, I think, you know, that kind of service, you know, along those lines is worth something. So I'd like us to try to recognize him since and that's the rumor that I hear, that he's retiring. So I'd like to definitely do something with that. I am disappointed with the splash pad situation as well. I know, and I talked about it a few times, and I've heard some residents talk about it, and I just put it like this. I am hoping that whatever is happening over there isn't what I heard what was happening over there. I just put it that way. I think Councilman Gay knows what I'm talking about, so I'm just going to hope that that's not the case, and I'll just leave it at that. Had a great weekend this weekend, great events. We got a lot of stuff coming up throughout the summer here. Chief, I guess y'all got a heck of a couple of weeks here with National Night Out. Last weekend, I got a Saturday full. I got another festival I'm putting together. But it's summertime, and we want to show the community that we're out here and we're active, and that this city is vibrant and viable and ready for hospitality. Last thing I'll say is, I know I mentioned this a few times before. Whatever the situation is, I know we're working on the I Notify, see something, say something. We're changing the apps. City manager, we talked about this. I still want to get a phone number out there in that lobby where residents, if they have a complaint, concern, or issue, that they can dial that number, and I would like to see a number out there in that lobby, so if residents do have an issue, they can dial that. And we do have a number. I'm told someone does pick it up, and there's a good response. But if residents don't know about it, if you don't have cable TV, you may not be aware of it. But when people come in here to conduct business, there needs to be a phone number. It's something along the lines of, if you have an issue or concern, the City of College Park, you can call this number. So I'd like to see that happen. Other than that, I just really want to thank staff. We're in the middle of the summer, and it's hot out there. It is very hot, and I see, I look around this city, and you still see the buildings going up. The construction's happening. Our police are out here doing their job, securing the streets. We are trying to make socioeconomic progress. Staff is out here in the streets, working underneath the streets, in the sewers, repairing the pipes. They're above the streets, up on the power lines, in the storms, the wind, the rain, the whole nine. City manager, I think overall, our staff is collectively working hard to keep this impossible infrastructure functioning, just like any other city. And sometimes I think that the gratitude from us can be lacking sometimes. So I definitely want to let staff know how much we really appreciate the work you all are doing. Sometimes you may not feel like we appreciate it. Sometimes you may feel that it's lost on us, but believe me when I tell you, it is not. It is hard work out there, and we definitely appreciate it. Mercedes, that goal was really, I think, a big deal. You know, you've been talking about that number for some years now, and I just think it's really amazing. And this goes for all the department heads. You all keep doing the job and keep raising that bar. You know, we're doing a great job in this city, and we're going to even do better. But that 10 million, 11 million, and I believe that's close to expenses. I thought expenses was somewhere around 11 million. Is that right? So I want y'all to understand something. You know, no convention center makes money. They're not designed to make a profit. But we've just about caught up with the expenses of that center in revenues. And that's a heck of a thing. So, you know, when we ask the question, can a convention center make money, actually turn a profit? Yes, it's possible. And Mercedes is proving that. Yeah, so really big deal. I guess that's about all I have. I've talked several meetings about how we're looking with this how to do business in College Park. I see purchasing is here. About 4 months ago, you talked about getting a project together so we can have one of these events. I talked about what I'd like to see, one for the public. I held one probably over 10 years ago at this point. It was well received. It included vendors that were used to dealing with government, but it also invited the small businesses that had no idea and have no idea that they can even do business with the government. And it was an eye-opener to folks. We had department heads there. They talked about the type of things that they purchased. They went over procedures, and they really demystified it for the average business person, where they may have an opportunity to do business with us. So I would like, again, to put another one of those together. Moody, I hadn't heard back how we're looking at that. I know you said you were planning it and working on it with another department head at some point. This was about 4 or 5 months ago. I know we've been through a lot of transition since then, but I want to see if we can pick that back up and put that on. I think that's a big benefit in terms of the local community, in terms of how they can engage government from the business perspective. So I still want to make that happen. I'm assuming you're still working on that. Is that right? All right. Well, I want to make sure we involve the general public as well as contractors and the folks, because we want to, you know, make the opportunities, you know, available to everybody, not just the big shots, but the small businesses that may not realize they have a chance to do some business with the city as well. So that's all I got.
Thank you, Councilman Allen.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to welcome all the new employees, and Dean, thank you for being here the whole night with us. I appreciate that. You know, it's Councilman Gay has said many times, we're a tourist destination. So we just gave a proclamation to our parks and recreation. We need to make sure that our parks are cut. We need to make sure that the restrooms work. Especially right now, we need to make sure that the water is working out there, so that if people get out there and get into the heat longer than they should, they've got a place to get some water. So let's make sure that they work. We need to keep our city clean. And I think you mentioned it once before, that we probably need to look at a street sweeper. I think that was you that talked about that. I think that is something that we need to be kind of looking at. So on Saturday mornings or Sunday mornings or after holidays, we can go up and down Main Street and make sure that we get the trash in some of the areas where we do need it. The GICC, if people start throwing stuff, it can help out. But again, just looking at that. Speaking of employees, let's make sure that they when they're working outside, let's make sure they have water out there, because it's going to be hot this week. So make sure they take breaks, make sure that they get plenty of water. Councilman Clay, you mentioned the noise. One thing, don't forget that they crank these engines at 2 in the morning and again at 4 in the morning over there at Southwest and at Delta. And if you're in Princeton Village, I can hear them at my house. Princeton Village, it's got to be right across the expressway. It's got to be shaking those buildings over there. So they crank those engines, trying to check out the jets that they've been working on all night long, the jet engines, and they crank them up, and it gets pretty loud.
Well, excuse me for jumping in.
No.
But as I recall, when they're on the ground, it's subject to our noise ordinance. So that might be something for city attorney to think about and pursue. Because I think we can't do anything about them when they're there. I mean, not with city ordinance. What I'm working on is trying to do something about it in the air. But when they're on the ground, I think it's covered by our city ordinance.
Well, you
Could be.
You can tell that it happens probably 2 or 3 nights a week where they run those engines after they've been working on them. They run those engines, not for a long period of time, but they run them and then they shut them down.
Well, there are cells, there are cells, reflectors that they can build, and I don't know whether they built one. I haven't been over there. Don't normally walk in that area. I'm not allowed in that area. But there are enclosures that will contain the sound and reflect it upward.
Well,
the way to pursue it might be to go ahead and.
Yeah, they have the reflectors. They might need to look at what's going on.
Enough said.
So that's something that we might want to take a look at. City manager, just appreciate your leadership and what you do every single day. I appreciate it so much, and thank you for what you do. Thank you for your teams, your department heads. They do so much. The last thing, remember National Night Out. Let's everybody go out and enjoy the night and tell the police how much we appreciate everything they do every single day. So everybody bring a guest, show up. That's all I've got.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Gay?
Well, I'll be real brief, and I also want to give my thanks to those directors who stayed here with us all night to learn and assess. I got a few things, so I'll be real brief. When I walked through the Pocket Park, the area needs to be kept up. Going into the restaurants, right back there, it's not acceptable. There's about 4 trash containers that are open, and a lot of our visitors, they park in the police parking lot and they walk there, and that's not a good look if you're going to have a $40 meal to walk through that area. So I would like for us to put some emphasis. It's a beautiful Pocket Park, but we got to take it, the cleanliness and appearance of it, a lot better. Second thing is mowing. We need to start having a conversation about, should our city allow landscapers to work on Sundays? Not because of the holy day, but because of the noise. A lot of people work all week. Sundays is the day of rest. And these mowers that come out all the time, that we have no order for those vendors that I understand. I don't know if there's anything that regulate them. I don't even know if they got to get business license. But you could just hear mowers all Sunday. Next thing is, we don't comment during public comment. We don't, as a rule of thumb, we don't comment. But fortunately, we get to talk now. And, you know, I hear this over by a couple of people about we just love Ward 4, Ward 4, Ward 4. Well, that's what I'm elected to do. And I've always been, you know, loyal to whatever I do. And I've always been, but I will tell you that we're also proud to know that we help advocate for soccer in the street. And the woman who commented is a soccer moms, according to Instagram. And that's a citywide program that brings hundreds of people into our community. And quite frankly, I'm just amazed to see those activities in our community. Those people can leave and buy houses in the links. They can go to our restaurants. They can fly out of town. So I'm really excited about the soccer program that Councilman Clay actually supported. He actually gave a vote for it. We wouldn't have had it had he not done that. We advocated for the senior tax. And this is in comment to the people who says we should do more about the city and not be frivolous. We advocated for the senior tax. That's still a real lively debate. We do have some relief, but more will be coming, hopefully. We advocated for the senior utility credit during COVID. No senior utility was raised during COVID, and we had full support of the council. We changed how community development block grants are processed. No more matching. Those are thousands of dollars that we saved. We came up with the streetscapes. If you look at those beautiful plant beds, that's this guy here, Vision, which now grows all around the city. We started the city festival, the citywide festival. That festival started because we couldn't get no votes. Couldn't get no votes on council. So you know what we'll do? We'll start a festival that just grew into a beautiful, organic, citywide event. We was in the park one day and a gentleman walked over and said he represents Tusami volleyball. When my children was young, we couldn't even afford Tusami volleyball. It was not even in our budget. Now that opportunity is in the city of College Park where young women will have an opportunity to learn that skill and then advance them in collegiate ways. We started our Notify. Ma'am, there's no centralized reporting. It's still not done. It's still not done, but we advocated for it. I could go probably the next hour. I could keep going like R. Kelly said, I got hits for days. But the point is, we've done more than just sit here and was being frivolous. In fact, the reason why you meet here at 5 o'clock is because of us. It doesn't get us out of here early, but we started that. We started the 5 o'clock executive session. Lolly Miller is being honored by a $9 million road that we very much needed. So we could just go on and on. I don't, want to, but I do want to jump over to a little bit more seriousness. They talk about the press release that the AJC wrote. Well, Ms. McCarty, she called me, we talked. The city did not write that press release. Press release was not written by the city, and we should not submit press release unless our city manager and our city attorney review them. The ethics ordinance that the public comment talks about. That ethics ordinance, from my understanding, and we need to fact check this, city manager, my understanding, and I hope we're wrong, that it was not approved by mayor and council. Now, that's what I was told. So, Ms. Clerk, I would like to see the minutes on the ethics ordinance. I got a call by one of my residents, and he spent almost an hour on the phone telling me that our ethics ordinance wasn't signed. I said, I know you're wrong. He said, well, it's not. You find it and you show it to me. He said that you took it downtown, you filed it, we didn't vote on it. That's what he tells me. He filed a suit in the Superior Court, and it was dismissed, whatever. So I would like to look at that ethic ordinance, which, by the way, it doesn't really provide any due process. I mean, I'd love to have it if you file an ethics complaint against me, that would be great. But when we file an ethics complaint against each other, there's really no due process in that ethics ordinance, from my understanding. In other words, it's decided by a tither of fact, one person. No different than if I was to pay us, if I was in a law case and I paid an expert witness, most likely he gonna say what I paid him to say. Cause I've done it for decades. I paid expert witnesses. So if we're gonna pay a lawyer, it doesn't make sense for him to say to be against you. So that ethics ordinance don't have any teeth. It may need to be relooked at. I want to talk a little bit about succession. Everyone knows this is my last 2 years on this great body. It's been a thrill. It's been a joy. And it may be sooner than 2 years. It may be in November. But so we want to start having a conversation about succession and who wants to step up and carry on our vision, our passion, our love for our war and our community. A little bit about frivolous. A lot of people don't realize this, but my family filed 4 legal lawsuits challenging College Park's elections. So you candidates, you elected officials, you're standing on our shoulders. We filed 4 lawsuits over 20 years just to get a fair election. Do your fact checking. Check it out. Read the cases. Just to have a fair playing field, 4 elections. So we've already won. I want to talk a little bit about those tiny houses on Garvey. Beautiful, beautiful tiny houses. But I keep getting calls that not one deed has been recorded with Fulton County. So is it a writ? Is it a writ, or are people actually buying houses? I like to learn more about what's happening, because based on what I'm being told, my intelligence is not one person has a deed filed with Fulton County. Now, we was all over Rockland about their 20%, but if it's a writ, it's a writ. Or if it's owned by crowdfund investors, then that's who own it. If people are leasing to own, that's fine. But we need to know what this is. And I do applaud the work on the DNL day and night. But what I will tell you, now that we have a new building director, one of the things that I advocated for that did not get any interest under Mr. Myers was that if we could come up with an ordinance where when you remodel your house, there's certain windows and doors and fans that you have to use. Because in Ward 4, and I can't speak for the other wards, about 60% of our homes are being sold by investors and they remodel them, and there's no consistency. So instead of waiting on the federal government to change the noise contour level, why don't we just fix the problem ourselves by demanding that builders, investors, have a standardization of windows and doors? And the city airport, Norris, has a great template for us to follow. In my fraternity, when you die, it says Omega chapter. That means at each meeting, certain brothers pass and they say Omega chapter. So we coined the term Ward 4 chapter. So I'd like to give my condolences to the Flournoy family. Mrs. Flournoy and her husband represent over 60 years in our ward. And Miss Flournoy passed, so rest in peace, Miss Flournoy. Almost done. Mr. IT Director, we'd like to have a conversation about Wi-Fi in the apartment community. What I realize is that there are a lot of kids and children in apartments don't have access to Wi-Fi. Not that they don't have cable or AT&T, but they still, a lot of them don't have Wi-Fi for whatever reason. So I don't know if you can penetrate through, but Wi-Fi in apartments, even if they could put it on their utility bill. And speaking of the lobbyists that was here, I know some of us, we cited the fact that we went to the White House. We talk about how we always go to the White House. My daddy took me to the White House before 9/11, and you could walk around and touch furniture, sit all on furniture. Sometimes you might even see a president come out there. That doesn't happen anymore. So what I would like for us to see is that we start taking our citizens to the White House. Why not take our school children to the White House? We can go, but let's take our children to the White House. Let's get our lobbyists to use some of that influentialism and set some stuff up to where, you know, kids can go to the White House. And so that pretty much does it for me tonight. I know I'm all over the place. So Mayor, that's pretty much all we have from Ward 4 report.
Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry, Mayor, I do have one more. Please forgive me. I'm sorry. I want to just real quickly talk about nuisance abatement. Since I lived in Ward 4, Oscar Hudson and I, we demolished 3 houses that was blighted. We had one house where the vagrants was living in the house. And everybody know that Old National have inherent problems. We all know that the inherent problems of Old National is because of the cheap rents. And we know that it's transient, and we know that it's connected by the interstate, and we know that it's contiguous to other jurisdictions that we can't control. So every city got an Old National. Every city got an Old National, but that's our Old National. But here's what I want to say. The discount mall is no different than most other places around the country. In fact, in Miami, they got a mall just like that. But what I want to say is, if owners are not keeping our community safe, if they're not keeping their workers safe, then they are responsible for keeping their workers in our community safe. But at the same time, we're not Homeland Security. That ain't our job. They got their own agents, they got their own teams. What I will tell you is that there are Africans on Old National, and they're Gambians, there's Senegalese, there's South American, there's a lot of diverse people that live in our community. And the way they make their living is different than how we make it. Everybody's not fortunate enough to be a director. Everybody's not fortunate enough to work for. So the point is, we do respect laws. We are a city of laws. We respect laws and we enforce our laws. But at the same time, you have men, particularly black men, head of household, who take care of their families, put their children through school, and respect our laws. So all I want to do is I want to balance between how we enforce our community and respect how those communities make a living, because everybody ain't as fortunate to have gone to the schools that we said we went to. I just want to add that to my report.
Thank you, sir. I want to make sure that we are absolutely clear on one point that my colleague from Ward 4 made. Back in April 20th of 2020, one of the action items that came from this body was that my colleague from Ward 4 moved to approve a request from City Clerk Shavela Moore for a resolution and ordinance to earn a certified City of Ethics designation with the Georgia Municipal Association. That motion was seconded by Councilman Clay, and the motion carried. So I want to make sure that everyone is aware that we have a fully valid ethics ordinance that was adopted by this body and approved by this body, because I wouldn't want any questions about that as we move forward. But I did want to thank Madam DA Fonnie Willis for another amazing full force summit as she brings together leaders from across the county to share with us what's going on the level of the district attorney. Our esteemed chief was there along with chiefs of numerous departments and other elected officials, just to learn what the trends are, what's going on in terms of every department under the sun that she handles. And so it's yearly just a really great opportunity to learn more, to work together as a community to tackle some of the issues that we're all facing. As has been alluded to a little bit earlier, we all had the opportunity to attend the Georgia Municipal Association convention, and I wanted to report back a little bit on some of the great things that happened there. We were able to start a partnership, I believe, with Keep College Park Beautiful and Coca-Cola United, one of the great members of our community. They've got a bottling facility on Sullivan Road, and they expressed some interest in partnering with our Keep College Park Beautiful chapter, which is a chapter of Keep Georgia Beautiful, to help us further our efforts in beautification. So very excited about the things that will come from that. I had the opportunity to take a number of classes, entrepreneur-friendly cities, and we had some information about some great initiatives for Main Street that we might take a look at. Steering Through the Storm, which was a great class about disaster readiness. And our city manager and Mr. Myers got some emails from me in the middle of the class to make sure that we were where we needed to be in that. Obviously, we've had our own challenges, and we're always trying to get better in terms of making sure that we are prepared for the next event. And so it was a very good opportunity to hear from those in other communities about some of their challenges and learn some of the best practices about how we move forward in that regard. Also took a class in trends in urban design and learned a lot about the elements that it takes as we start planning for good communities. And certainly with our 6 West development, it is a lot to keep in mind. I was also honored to be elected as second vice president of Georgia Municipal Association, and in that capacity, I will be chairing for the next year the Federal Policy Council for the Georgia Municipal Association. And we had our first meeting on the Sunday of the convention, and we were joined by the Chief of Staff from Senator Ossoff's office, Ray Benitez, our State Director from Senator Warnock's office, B. Wynn, and the District Director for Representative Mike Collins, Jessica Hayes. And all of them discussed what we do on the local level and how we advocate drives what they're doing in Washington, D.C. And they talked about ways that they can assist. And one of the issues that they discussed, and it is one that I know that a lot of people are dealing with, are passport issues right now. It is about a 12 to 14 week wait. But if you need additional assistance and you've got to get somewhere quickly, reach out to your member of Congress. For most folks, that would be Congresswoman Williams' office. But we also have some folks who are not represented by her, but for most people it would be Congresswoman Williams. And those passport issues they think that they're going to be, they think that they're going to alleviate a little bit as time goes on and things are looking a little bit better. But if you've got issues with the VA, issues with Social Security, that is where you can go. Obviously, we are all here to serve, but on those federal issues, they wanted to make sure that people understood that they are here to serve the constituents of their districts. I want to thank Ms. Mason and the amazing staff of the College Park Library. Had a great time reading to the toddlers recently, and I could have stayed there all day. It's just beyond fun. I'm a library kid from way, way back, and so it was just a delight to be there and read with the kids. And I also want to thank the seniors at Princeton Court and Longino Building for their kindness and their hospitality. Had some great conversations over breakfast with them. Want to thank our community police officers for being in attendance, and thank Mr. Hawthorne for being there this morning at the Longino Building to answer questions. And I think it was a great opportunity to connect with some of our residents. Wanted to thank Clean Spark for the conversation that they had with Councilman Allen and myself. They are looking to find ways to continue to partner with the city and on certain initiatives, and look forward to deepening that connection, and also looking forward to continuing conversations about historical markers and working with Georgia State and FOA to get that project moving forward. And thank you, Ms. Johnson, for your support on that and making sure that we are on the right track. And also wanted to make sure that everyone knew that because of the temperatures that we are going to be experiencing over the next several days, Chief Elmore has made sure that the cooling station, and Chief Rogers, you share the building, right? I mean, so thank you, Chiefs. And thank you to Communications and everyone else for getting the word out about the fact that we will have a cooling station open until further notice at the Public Safety Building on College Street. You do not have to bear these temperatures outside without any level of shelter. If anyone you know has any malfunctions with their air conditioning and they are in a dire situation, the public safety building is open. And please spread the word about that to make sure that everyone within the community is safe and sound as we move forward. But I want to make sure that we handle getting these executive session minutes approved. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilman Clay. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilman Carn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, gentlemen. That is unanimous. So we are adjourned at 10:22 p.m. Take care, everyone.